Hello, welcome back to the e-commerce version 2 project. It's been a while, so this tutorial is going to summarize everything we've done to date. Now, if you are new to this project series, this is going to give you kind of an entry point into the project. And if you have watched all the tutorials up to this point, this is basically just a summary of everything we've done to this point, building the system moving forward. So if you head over to the main channel, if you're not familiar with this series, if you go over to the Django projects, you'll find the e-commerce project version 2 right here. And you can see that we've already covered a lot of the different aspects of building an e-commerce inventory product. So we've looked at the database design. I have in this tutorial changed slightly the design. I've added some more fields that I think were relevant. We then went over building the project using Django templates, and then we started kind of feed in DRF and Elasticsearch. So like I said, this is basically a summary of everything. We're going to start from scratch. There will be some kind of copy and pasting code. You can go ahead and just pause at that point. So for example, when I build up the models again, I'll just go through and take you through what we've done so far. And like I said, you can just pause and type it out if you're someone who wants to just type it out line by line. Once we get into Django DRF, everything will be line by line and integrating Elasticsearch. So I will explain everything all over again, just to give you a complete recap, or if you're new to the project, give you an overview of what's happening in this project. So let's start off with the database design. So I've gone ahead already. In part 1 and part 2 of this tutorial series, we looked at building this database. I went through some of the theory of developing a database, and there was a good book that was connected to the theory that I delivered. But we ended up building, I think, this schema here, and I've made a few tweaks for this tutorial. So there are a few little changes that I've made, and that was just adding some more fields in the product inventory table. And in addition to that, I've got rid of the many-to-many link from the product to category, and now we just have a many-to-one. So a product or many products will have one category. I think that's pretty much all the changes that I've made. There is a link in the video description if you want to have a look or a closer look at this schema here, but this is what we're going to go with moving forward. So we're back in Visual Studio Code. So let's get started. Right, so file, let's open a new folder. I'm not too sure what's happening there. File, open a new folder. So I've already created a new folder. I'll call it e-commerce v3 part 7. That's what this is going to be. So let's go ahead now and just drag or open up the terminal from the bottom. You can drag it from the bottom. I'm trying to use a touchpad. It never works. Okay, so I've got some keys. Right, so let's go ahead and create a virtual machine. So if you're using Windows, no doubt you're going to be typing in py minus m vemv. So that's on a Windows machine. Here I'm using a Mac, so I'm going to type in virtual env. Now this is going to need to install this. If you don't know how to do that, have a quick look online, virtual env and then vemv. So I'm going to create a new virtual environment, and then we just need to start that up. So you probably can't see that on your screen. So let me bring that up a little bit. I need to keep remembering that. So I'm going to type in on the Mac, I'm going to type in source and then VEMV. Inside of there's going to be a bin and then activate. So on Mac, I'm going to type in that. If you're on a Windows machine, then you're probably going to type in something like, if you press V and tab, that's going to bring up the VEMV, then backslash, wherever the backslash is here, and then script, and then a Windows machine. And if you press tab, S and tab, it brings it up, and then activate. So press tab here, and it will then finish the script. Run that, that will bring up the virtual machine. So on the Mac then, I'm going to type in VEMV, and what was it? Bin, and then activate. So we should have the VEMV name here in brackets and then the command prompt. And that just indicates the fact you've started the virtual environment. So with that in place, let's go ahead and pip install Django, of course. So I think we're version 4 now. Okay, so that's done. So Django is now installed. So let's go ahead and build a project. Let's go ahead and create a new Django project. So we're going to use the Django admin for this. And then let's do start project. And we're going to call this e-commerce and then define where we want this project in dot, which is indicating this folder location here. And there we go. So we have a new project. We've got our manage.py file. So just quickly breezing through the tools I'm going to be utilizing here. Normally I don't mention this and I get a few questions about what tools I'm using. So I'm going to be using Black, which is a code formatter. If you go over to the Python package index, you'll find Black here. And then essentially this is a code formatter. If you don't know what that is, essentially it's going to take your code, it's going to format it, and it's going to be trying to format your code to make it PEP 8 compliant. If you don't know what PEP 8 is, it's worth to go and have a little read about that. But basically it's the style conventions of writing code. So where spaces should be in your code, how many lines, blank lines you should have, whether you should use a capital or not on variables and so on. So it gives you a guideline on how to develop your code to make sure that your code is standardized and is formatted in a way that makes it more readable. So let's go ahead and just pip install that. So I've already done that. So pip install Black. And then I've gone ahead and create this new folder. Apologies. The reason why I've gone ahead is because I made an error in the recording. And so I've already got this and I didn't want to write it again. But this is a folder .vs code, right? So this is a folder where VS or Visual Studio Code is going to look for any kind of settings that we want to change. And here I've got a file here called settings.json. So inside of here, this is just a piece of code, a code snippet that I have. I just copy and pasted in. So you can see what's happening here. Roughly, we've got format on save. So I do have auto save on. That can be pretty handy. So when this file gets saved, basically what happens, Black gets initiated and it goes through and looks at the code and formats it into PEP 8 standard. So that's essentially what's happening here. There's some other kind of settings here that I've added, for example, the line length. So that's pretty much Black setup. Now there's lots of other things you can configure on Black, of course, but this is just kind of a basic setting for Black. And like I said, that's going to be run every time I save a file. So just to give you a little indication of what happens here. So for example, if I were to make a space here and press save, you can see that the space returns. Black has looked at that and it's decided based upon PEP 8 style guidelines, there should be a space between this import and the start of the code. So that's what Black is going to do for us. It's going to format our code. And if I go into the extensions here, there's a few here, but you can ignore. So I've got the Python extension installed. That's going to give us a few little tools, lintin, IntelliSense. It's going to give us it's going to annoy us in a lot of ways, but that's installed and that's something you might want to use. I've got Night Owl theme here, and what else we've got? We've got the Django app also installed. So eventually you'll probably want to put this onto GitHub. So let's go ahead and just create a .git. Let's done it again. New file .git ignore. Okay, so this is a git ignore file. So if you do happen to use GitHub and you were to kind of push this to your repository, we want to basically ignore some of these files here. So we don't want to save the vent folder on your GitHub repository. That's something we don't want to save. You probably don't want to save this maybe on your GitHub repository, depending on how you're utilizing your code, who you're sharing it with, etc. The VS Code settings. Now you can change the settings through Visual Studio Code. I just find that makes it useful for different projects. So inside of here, let's go ahead and just add some files that we want to ignore. So there's lots of little files that we want to not upload to GitHub. So for example, any maybe log files. So there's a whole host of different files. let's be honest. Yep, part. So if you're not too sure what some of these are, it'd be worth having a little look. .pyc, any kind of cache predefined, pre-compiled Python code, db.sqlite. We won't be using SQLite here, but maybe there's a file hanging around. Now we want to also make sure that maybe the event folder is also not uploaded. So we just do that. And then I'm using Mac here. So we've got other kind of files that get generated. Later on, we're going to be using Pytest, and that normally creates some sort of cache or cache, depending on what part of the world you're from. And there we go. So this is a nice little list. So basically, this just basically lists all the files or folders that I don't want to be pushing to my GitHub repository, because mainly they're just either cache files or folders that shouldn't be uploaded. Like the event folder, like I said, shouldn't be uploaded to your GitHub repository. So with that in place, let's just go for a pip freeze. So we know what we're working with. So pip freeze, and then let's say dev requirements .text. So this is going to build a list of all the different dependencies that we've installed so far. So we've installed Black, we've installed Django. Notice that there's a lot more here, and that's simply because Django relies, or Black relies, on these other dependencies. So whenever you install Black, it will also install blah as well. So when you install Django, that requires, for example, SQL parse, so it installs that as well automatically. So these are all the requirements that are needed to run this project so far, and there will be more as we go along. So if you want to replicate this project from a GitHub repository, you'll first of all need to do a pip. You'll need to do a pip install and then -r for requirements, and then just get the dev requirements and load it up. And pip will go through this one by one and install them. All right, so let's get back onto the main event. So let's go through now and actually build up our database. Like I said previously, there will be kind of code lines being brought in here. You can look at the source code in the GitHub repository for the code, or you can just pause as we go along if you want to just type it out as we go along. But I will try and commentate over each line. So there's a few ways of doing this or setting up your project. At the moment, I'm just going through a phase whereby I'm putting all the applications inside of my e-commerce project here. So what I can do is I can make a new folder here. Or I can use the command line if I like, but let's just make a new folder. And I'm going to call this folder inventory. So you might want to call this products alternatively, but I'm going to call this inventory. So it's just a blank folder. And what I can now do is let's go ahead and create a new project in that folder. So I'm going to say Python 3. Now, if you're using Windows, you can just type in py like that, but I'm using Mac, Python 3, and then manage.py, and then we're going to start a new app, and that's going to be in the e-commerce and then the inventory. So I'm going to say where I want to start this new app, and it's not a valid app name because I didn't actually specify the app name. So let's do that again. So in inventory, we need an app name, which is going to be called inventory. There we go. Okay, so start app inventory, and then where it's going to be placed. And you can see now inside the inventory folder, we have the inner app elements. Okay, so that's our inventory app set up. So just make sure here you've got a folder called inventory and everything's just been copied over. A new app has been made inside of here. So you don't want to have inventory, then a folder inside called inventory. You want to make sure you've got one folder called inventory and everything inside. Right, so now we're going to build our database. So that should be a model. So I'll just drop that down. Let's go ahead and build our models. So this is the database. You can already see there's going to be a lot of code here because there's quite a few tables. Now, I won't go through this in too much detail, but I'll give you a general overview of what's going on here so we can build this up. If you're not familiar with databases at all, it'd be well worth going through the first two two tutorials in this series where we look through database design and how we built this up. And that will give you a much clearer picture as to what's happening here. But we go through this table by table and line by line. But like I said, I'm just going to lift in the lines. I'm not going to type this all out. I'm going to bring in the lines line by line in this part and just explain what's going on. Of course, if you're familiar with this, you can just skip this section, copy and paste from the GitHub repository, and we move forward into the next section. So we are going to be using MPTT, a very popular package in Django. It's well worth having a read through what it does, but essentially it's going to allow us to create deep nested categories. So we're going to be utilizing this for our categories. So we are going to need to probably get this installed first. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. So let's pip install this. So what is this called? Let me just quickly remember. So this is Django MPTT, yeah. Django MPTT. So now that is installed, let's go ahead and think about utilizing it in our models. So we're probably going to need to bring this in. So from Django from MPTT.models, we're going to need some of the tools. So we're going to need to import MPTT model, and then we're going to be also utilizing the tree foreign key. And yeah, that's all. Okay, so we've got models. We're also probably going to be utilizing some of the Django translation tools, maybe just setting this up for later translations. So translation import get text lazy as and then underscore. So that's going to allow us to specify translation strings. It's going to identify where potentially we want to translate something. That's essentially what's happening. If you like, we're putting some metadata next to some strings, some text that later on we might want to translate. If you go over to the channel, if you're interested in this, and go to the search here and just type in translate, that should bring up two tutorials like you can see here, internationalization, and that goes through how to use some of these tools in a little bit more detail. So let's start off with the category table. It's important we start with the right table because there's some tables that depend on other tables. So it's best to start from the top. In this case, it's going to be category. So you can see we have ID, name, slug, parent, and is active. So parent's going to allow us to kind of connect one category to another category to make kind of subcategories, if you like. But there's lots of elements here that are related to MPTT. So let's go back here and let's go in. So like I said earlier, I'm just going to drop this in. Apologies, I know a lot of people don't like this, but just for the models, I'm going to drop in some code. Right, so we got a class here, and we're going to be using an MPTT model, and that's what we've imported in. So that just indicates the fact that this model is going to be an MPTT model. So behind the scenes, MPTT can work with this. We're essentially just hooking it to that module so we can work with MPTT. Right, so we've got the name, character field, max length 100. You can change that to whatever you like. Some people 255, for example, 254. So that's the max length. That's pretty much all we're going to need there. We then have a slug. So here you can see we have a slug field. So this is going to allow us to build a URL addressable string that can be utilized in a URL. So www. blah, 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 and then the slug at the end. And then you can see that's going to be unique. So we only want one slug because what we're going to do, we're going to use the slug to get to the category. So we want to make sure that it's unique so that if two slugs are the same, it won't take us to the wrong category. If we have two slugs that are the same, it will mean that we won't know which kind of category to go to. So it needs to be unique to make sure that each slug is representation of one category so that we can use it in the URL to access the category. Right, so we have is active. Maybe we want some categories like Christmas or seasonal categories that isn't active throughout the year, only is active at certain points. So we have an is active, Boolean so that we can turn on and off categories from our list. And then we have parents. This is related to the tree foreign key, which we brought in, so the MPTT model setup. And you can see that's just something you'll need to read the MPTT manual to get a bit better grasp. But this is just kind of a mandatory thing. This allows us then to set up and have kind of subcategories. And we've got some class meta here. So we're going to insert order insertion by name, and then we're going to order things by name, and then we've got the verbose name plural. So the plural of category. So in the admin area, if we had category, it puts the plurals an S at the end, and obviously that's the incorrect spelling of categories with an S. So here we put the verbose name plural to include categories. So when Django uses the plural of our class name, it will use this categories here, and it won't just use category with the S on the end. Okay, so next up, our product table. So we head back over here. We've got a many-to-one link to our category table. So let's go ahead and bring in the products. So we've got a web ID. So it's just a made-up thing, but essentially what I want to do on the web, I don't want to use the ID from the product table. And that's because of security, if you like. So if I built some sort of web scraper to scrape all the products, I could look at the IDs and I could find out how many products someone had. And maybe that could be utilized for some sort of advantage. That's obviously some sort of extreme case, but it also gives the user information about the IDs I have in my table, in my database, or gives someone more information about my database. So by using a web ID here, this is going to be kind of a unique random thing that maybe isn't sequential, because that's another thing. If all my products have an ID that's kind of sequential, that makes it easier for web scrapers to find that data. So by having a unique web ID number with a max length of 50, that just makes it harder for someone to kind of trawl my data. And there's some other kind of security principles or practices that makes it useful for me to do that. So I've got this web ID that should kind of should be unique for each product. I have a slug, I have a name of the product, and then a description. So that's a text field. Blank equals true, so that can be blank. We've got a category. So this is going to be a foreign key. So looking back here at my connection, I've got a foreign key from category. It says made to many there. That's incorrect now. That just needs updating. So that's just a foreign key now. So that capitals or low, whatever, just make it consistent with everything else. So that's going to be a foreign key over to category. So I can then determine what product this category, what category this product will be part of. So here we set the name of the model, a related name. So we'll give it a related name that we can utilize to build connections in our code. On delete, set null, and then null equals true, blank equals true. So if this isn't part of any category, it's going to be set to null. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that's the best kind of operation. I will make a tutorial soon, if I haven't already, on what to set or related to these principles here. But we're going to set that to null. Okay, so that's category. We have is active, so we can turn off and on a product from view. Created at, so it's just some dates here, created at and updated at, so we know when the product was updated. That's going to give us some information about potentially who last edited the product. We can start kind of record this data. And then last of all, we just have the default string return, which is the name. So next up, for no particular reason in actual fact, I'm just going to make the brand table, and then we go ahead and build the product inventory table potentially. So yeah, so let's build the brand table. So the product inventory is going to need the brand table. Therefore, we're going to build this first. So this is the brand table right here. We've got a name, and we've got the dunder string return, which is the self name. So next up, I'm going to build the product attribute table. Okay, so there is an order here, logical order. What's happening here is if I load in a product table, without first of all defining other tables, it's not going to be able to find those tables. So I'm trying to do this in some sort of logical order, which is going to be needed. So it's important that you complete this in this order. So next up, we're going to have the product attribute table. So we're going to build this product attribute table. So let's go back into the code here. And then I just plug that in. You can see product attribute. We've got name here, and we've got description, and that's it. So that pretty much defines this table right here. And you can see that there's going to be some foreign key dependencies to this table. So one of them is going to be product type. So let's build the product type table next. So we're now going to build this product type table here. So let's go back here. So this is a product type table. So we have a name, and then we've got a many-to-many field to the product attribute. So if we go back here, we've got this many-to-many field here to this product attribute table, which we haven't built so far. So simply a case of name. Actually, I don't think I put name here in product type. Okay. So we've got the name, and then we've got the many-to-many. So next up, we're going to create this product attribute table. So again, this table is a pretty simple one to build. So all we have here is the ID, which can be made automatically, product attribute foreign key to the product attribute table, and then attribute value. So the whole idea here is that we're going to have product attribute is going to be, for example, size, the name size, or shoe size. And then in the product attribute value, we're going to take that shoe size, and then we're going to make a connection to it, and then we're going to add a value. So shoe size 7. And then what we can then do, we can store shoe size again in here, and then attribute value 10, and then shoe size attribute 12. This is why we have a many, so many shoe size or from product attribute to one value. So we have a many to one. So there's many attributes associated to one product attribute, in this case, shoe size. So yeah, next up then is the product attribute value table. So let's go over here and let's just plug this in. So you can see here that we have product attribute value. We have the foreign key to the product attribute table. So we name it, give it a related name so we can utilize that in the code later and identify this link. And then we have the attribute value. So now we have that in place. Let's go ahead now and build the product inventory table. Okay, so this is a fairly big table. So let's start off with a name, product inventory. So we got the SKU. So basically this is a unique identifier for the product. And UPC. So these have kind of connections to inventory systems, SKU and UPC. So moving on then, that next up is the product type. So that's a foreign key. So there's a foreign key from product type here to the product type. So basically what we're saying here is there's a many to one. So for many products, there is one product type. So for one product type, there are many products. So product type might be, for example, shoe, and there's obviously lots of products that might be part of that product type. So we have a foreign key over to that, and then we also have a foreign key to product. So what we're doing here is we're essentially creating a product. So for example, a pair of shoes. Now those pair of shoes, that's the main product. It might be shoe X. That shoe X might have different flavors. So there might be a red one, might be a blue one, might be a red one, blue one, pink one. There might be size 10, size 11, 12, etc. So the whole idea is that we put the main product here, and then all the sub products that we may need to store in our inventory, the red one, the green one, the pink one, and so on, that then all gets stored here. So all the products, every color, every size gets stored here individually, but the main product will get stored right here. So we have sub-products essentially. So we have a link, a foreign key over to the product table. So the reason why that is, of course, because for one product, there are many different types of that one product. Okay, then we have brand. So brand is probably a one-to-one or a many-to-one. So for one brand, there are many products. So brand Nike, obviously there's lots of Nike shoes in our inventory. So we have a one brand to many products. And generally, you don't have a one product being multiple brands. There may be that case, so you may have to build a many-to-many. But in this case, for this scenario, that's not going to be the case. Okay, so that's the connection to brand, the foreign key. And we go ahead now and create another many-to-many to attribute values. So what we're doing is we're going to build this table manually, I believe, the product attribute value table. So we're going to build a many-many connection over to this table here. So essentially what we're doing is that one product or many products, sorry, may have many values, and one product, one inventory product may have many values, and one value may have many, may be connected to many products. Therefore, we have a many-to-many connection. So we have this table here. Now, Django wouldn't automatically create this table for us, but we're going to build this table manually. So we'll do that shortly, but we're going to have a many-to-many connection over to the product attribute values. Again, if this doesn't make sense, which it probably doesn't, head over to part 1 of this tutorial series, and I'll take you through building this more step-by-step process in a more, it's quite a long-winded process, but it gives you a better insight. Okay, so we've got the attribute value is active, so we can turn off and on this product or make it available or not. And then is default. So we're going to use this default because when we show the product to the user, we only want to show them one to begin with on the page, or we want to be able to select one that's a default. So we have default here as a way of kind of identifying which one is the default one to show to the user. So here, for example, when we go over to the product page, the Nike shoe, that Nike shoe might have 10 different colors. But which one do we show first? So the whole idea is that we set one of them as default, so that one gets shown first on that page. And then we've got the retail price. Now price is a little bit tricky. This will probably change over the time where to put price. So we've got retail price, store price, and sale price. And this probably requires its own table. It'll probably, if we start to have sales, etc., it's probably better to maybe have different tables for this. But we've got retail price here. You see max digits, decimal places I've defined. This is going to be a decimal field. And then we've got some error messages. Same for the store price. Please pause if you're typing this out. Maximum digits that are allowed, decimal places. So 2 being that most currencies may have 2 decimal places. So here in the UK, £10, 10 pence, for example. And then sale price, same type of thing. And then we've got is on sale. So we can define whether it is actually on sale or not. And then maybe we've got a digital product. So this is one of the new fields that I brought in. So is the product digital? Because that might change, for example, the shipping price or the price of the product in some way, or how it's handled within the system. And then there's a weight. So this is something that can be expanded as well in the future, the weight. But for now, we've just got a float field and created at, so we know when the product was created on the system or added, and then when it was updated, and then the returning, we return this under string, the SKU of the product. So all these products are going to need some images. So we've got a separate table for this, the media table, and that has a many-to-one, or there's a many-one connection. So we're going to have a foreign key from the media table to the product inventory table. So there's a few things that we're probably going to need to do here to get this working. One of them is because we're working with an image field. An image field is only available once we install pip install, and then we need pillow. So this is going to be a package that allows us to work with images and utilize the image field in our table. So pip install pillow. Don't forget, anything that you install, you're going to need to pip freeze, and then we're going to need to update our dev text file. Remember, that's going to record all the different dependencies that can be needed. So you can now see it says pillow. Right. So with that in place, let's go ahead and build our media table. So for this, we've got a media class. We've got a foreign key over to the product inventory table. This time we're using model.protect, and I think I've used protect quite a lot throughout, just for now, until we've worked out what we're going to need to do. So basically, when we delete a file which is connected to a kind of a foreign key, for example, we need to perform some sort of action. So here I've got protect, so to avoid any issues to begin with. And we have a related name, so we can obviously utilize this later in our queries, etc., referred to it. So here we have the image field, and this is basically just going to record the link to the image. So this is an image field. So that's the image URL that's going to be saved. And then we've got the alternative text of the image is a feature. So maybe, for example, if you go over to the Nike shoe page in our inventory or on our web page, we're going to need to know what image to show, because there might be 10 images per product. So what image should we show first? Well, this is what's going to be determined. So we're going to select one of those images as the feature, and that's going to be shown first. So created at, so we know when the product was created on our system or when it was last updated. And then I think that's it. Other than that, the dunderstring method return, we're just going to return the SKU. No, we've gone one step too far. There we go, I accidentally deleted it. So just zoom out a bit. So that's pretty much our media table setup. So we do have a stock control, if you like, table, and this is a classic one-to-one connection here between stock and product inventory. So we're going to kind of record a little bit about stock here. We haven't got to the point in this tutorial where we kind of utilize this, and this might change as and when we kind of start to look at it more seriously. But this is going to be a table which is going to record some basic things like how many products are left in our inventory, if we actually have an inventory, maybe a stock room with actual stock in it, when it was last checked, if we want to do some stock taken and so on, how many units are left, how many are sold. So let's just go in and just add this in for now. So this is going to be the stock table. I'm just going to copy and paste this in. So this is the stock table. Product inventory is going to have a one-to-one field over to product inventory. Last checked, time date field, units, and units sold. So let's go back over here. So we're going to need an attribute. We're going to build this manual, this table here, this many-to-many table. Like I said, normally Django would build the many tables for us. But in this case, I just wanted to build it manually. So this is the product attribute values table. It's always going to have in here is the attribute values, a connection then to the product inventory. So we can store here all the attributes associated to each product. So to do that, let's go and have a look at the model. So here we have a foreign key then over to the product attribute value, and we have a foreign key over to the product inventory. And you can see here we have this unique together. So these two fields should be unique together in our table. So there should only be one and one here, or 1 2 and 1 2 there. So they need to be completely unique. Okay, so they're unique together. So here it says it's complaining about attribute values. Doesn't seem to find that. And product attribute values. Unknown word. Okay, so these are just unknown words because I've got a spell checker, I think, installed. So that's absolutely fine. So last of all, I think, is the product type attributes. So this table here we're also going to build. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. So here you can see we have product attributes and product type. So one of the main benefits of building your own many-to-many table is that there may be other attributes you want to add into it, which you can't do when you get Django to do it for you. So let's just bring this table in. Here we go, product type attributes. So you can see here we have the two foreign keys related to the two tables here and here, and then we have the unique together, so they must be unique together. And there we go. So that pretty much is a kind of a summary of all the tables that we're going to be utilizing in this inventory application. And like I've been harping on about, if you do want kind of the full in-depth of how that was developed, then just go back to part 1 of the e-commerce project here, and that will just take you through how to kind of set that up, the theory behind it, maybe part 1 and part 2. So in part 2, I do go in a little bit more depth of creating the different fields, and I've been a little bit more specific about different attributes that I've utilized to give you a better idea of some of the different attributes that are available and options that are available when building Django models. So I've already gone against the grain by showing you all those tables because I was going to bring them in one by one and then obviously test them. But now we're going to move over to Pytest. Right, so we're going to set up Pytest at this phase, and then we're going to start testing the models that we've just kind of developed. Now we can do this one by one as we keep bringing in the models. Or alternatively, if you know what models you're going to need to build them up and then test them. So let's go ahead and just get rid of that. Let's go ahead and bring up our console again, and we're going to pip install, and that's going to be Pytest Django. Okay. So this is basically going to install Pytest and Pytest Django, which gives us a few little tools, a wrap around Pytest, if you like, which is going to give us a few tools to make it easy for us to implement testing with Pytest in Django. All right, so let's go ahead and first of all create a pytest.ini file. This is a settings file that allows us to then define or let Pytest know where the Django settings module is. So that's going to be in e-commerce dot, and then inside of here we've got settings. And then in addition to that, we're also going to tell Pytest what files to utilize as testing files. So the naming of our files is going to be test underscore and then whatever we want to call the testing file. So this is the name of the testing files that we want to use. The star just refers to anything. So to manage our tests, I'd like to set up a folder called tests. So a new folder here in the e-commerce area, I'm going to call this tests. And inside of here, I'm going to create some of my fixtures. So the fixture is going to be placed in this folder. Now you may prefer to put fixtures, test fixtures inside of your inventory and kind of put them into one place. But this type of project probably isn't going to be very modular. It's a very kind of static product in that it's all contained into one place. So I just prefer to put, in this case, my inventory fixtures inside of a folder called test. So in the inventory folder, there is a file called tests already. So I'm going to get rid of that. What we're going to do here is we're going to put our tests inside of a new folder called tests. So it's all going to be nicely maintained inside of this folder because there might be multiple files here, and I don't want it to kind of mix up with the main files here utilized for the application. So let's go ahead, and we know that we're going to need to build some tests, for example, for different aspects of our product. So let's go ahead and create, for example, a new file here called test. Now remember our file, why does that? Our file needs to be called test underscore. Remember the naming, and then this time we're going to start off with testing the category .py. Okay, so we're going to have a file here called test category. So this is going to be tests associated with the category. So that's what I'm going to test first. So at the moment, if I type in Pytest, that's going to run the Pytest testing suite. And you can see that there are no tests at the moment. So that's obviously the reason why nothing is shown here. So let's just build a simple test. Let's test example. And then let's say assert. I'm going to say 1 equals 1, which is obviously true. So this is basically just checking. We built a test here where we're just testing if 1 equals 1. So now you can see when I run Pytest, it now tells me that we've got one passed test here, which is this one here. Obviously it passes. If I change that to 2. Obviously that won't pass, and Pytest is now going to tell me what the problem is, and then it's going to tell me that it's failed. So in simple terms, we can think of this unit test. It's just a way of testing one thing against the other. So there is a 3 different phases, if you like, of these unit tests, or there can be, and that's kind of a range. So here, first of all, we set up some stuff. So maybe we need to get some data from the database. So we go ahead and do that, and maybe save that in a variable. And then the next phase of our test, we then do something. So we may need to kind of perform a test on that data. So first of all, we collect the data or get the data ready. And that might also include, in this case, setting up our test database in preparation for us to then actually do something. So the first stage then, let's say that we arrange. And that's basically kind of setting up our database, our data ready. Step number 2 in our test, we need to then act. So we then perform some sort of action. So now we have a database set up. Maybe we grab some data from the database, or we try to grab data from the database. And then the third thing here is we assert. So this is basically saying we check to see if what was meant to happen actually happened. So in our third stage here, using these asserts, we basically take the data from the database. So we get the data from the database, and we perform some sort of action. That action might be to grab some database data. So we say, does that equal what we've grabbed from the database? So 3 stages of a simple unit test here. Arrange, set up the database or the settings for the test. We then act, we do something, some sort of action that we want the system be able to perform, and then we basically just test to see if what was meant to happen has actually happened. So using that pattern, let's go ahead and start building some tests. Now we've already gone maybe a step too far, and we built the whole model, all the models for our system. Maybe we want to kind of introduce this one by one. But nevertheless, we can start to now think about testing, and we want to make sure that we can, for example, insert data into our database. That's going to be important because there's specific data that we want to insert into our database. So we need to make sure that we can do that. And obviously that determines, that's determined by the actual fields that we created in our tests. So what we're going to do here is we're going to build, first of all, something called Fixtures. So in our test folder we created here, this is inside the e-commerce folder. We're going to create a new file here. And I'm going to call this inventory fixtures.py. Okay, so inventory fixtures. So basically what this is going to be a list of fixtures. So data that can be inserted into the database that can then be utilized for us to act on, the second phase of our testing, and then we can test to see whether what is meant to have happened has actually happened. So let me just give you an example of that. Let's go back to our category model here. What's expected in here? So we're expecting to insert the name and the slug. This is just something else that is part of MPTT that we don't need to kind of worry about here. So let's first of all create a fixture. So a fixture is a data point in this case, which we can utilize for our tests. And what we're going to do here, by building a fixture, we are essentially building a way of our system of utilizing this in multiple tests. So we're going to import Pytest here. And then we're going to use the at Pytest. This will probably make more sense if it doesn't already in a second. We're going to build a Pytest fixture. So basically this is flagging this function here as a fixture that we can utilize in multiple tests. If we wanted to, for example, set up a database with a category model with some data in it. So let's call this, for example, single category, right? And we're going to need the database. So what's happening here behind the scenes when we build tests, it's going to build a test database. It's not going to use the real database. We're going to build a testing database. So we need to build that from scratch. So we need to tell Pytest what the models are. Now, the models are already here, so that's already cool. And then we need to tell Pytest what data to put into that database. So what we're going to do here then is we're going to be using the database. So we can use DB here to do exactly that. That's pretty much going to tell Django that it needs access to the Django database, or it needs to build the test database and it needs access to that. And what we can now do is return, let's go for category. So that's the category model. So we're going to need to build this, or we need to add this in, right? So e-commerce. So that's the name of the app. Dot, then in inventory, there's a file, isn't there, called models. So in that file, there's a model called category. So basically, I'm just accessing this category model here. And what I'm doing now is I'm going to add some data into my test database, not my real database, my test database. Objects.create, and then that's going to be name equals. And then I'm basically just adding some data into my database at this point. So I need the name and I need a slug. So I just add some stuff into that. So default. Okay, so all I've done there, just move this across a bit. All I've done here is I've created my test database, and I've gone into my test database, into the category model, and then I've added some data. And that should add data to my database. Now, this is kind of a test in itself, because if I don't have the right fields in the model that I'm expecting to have, a name and a slug, then this isn't going to work. So it's also testing my model at the same time when I run this test. So that's my fixture. So I'm going to use this fixture for the first stage, the arrange of my unit test. So what I need to do now is make this available so I can actually use it. So what I need to do now is right click here, make a new file, and I'm going to make a new file called conftest.py. Now, Pytest automatically looks for this file when it runs tests. So what I want to do in here, in actual fact, is just tell Pytest to actually look for this file and make it available. So as soon as it does that, it makes it available, and all tests can access all tests will be able to access the fixture that we just built. So we're going to say e-commerce dot test. So it's in the test folder, and we've called this inventory fixtures, didn't we? Okay, so that gives Pytest access now to this folder here, and this file and folder. So whenever we run Pytest again, it's going to look for this confess file. It's then going to run this and make this available in the background. And I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. E-commerce unknown word. Oh, okay. It's just my spell checking again. Okay, I don't know why I added that module. It's confusing me. So that then makes it available in the background. So now we can access this fixture. So let's go back into our test. So in our test category here, and let's just see this in action, right? So let's create a new test. First of all, we're probably going to need from e-commerce. We're going to need to get the inventory models. We're probably going to need category, right? Okay. So let's create a new test. Let's call this test create category. So this is going to be a test that's going to create a new category. So single category. Oh, actually, what do I call it? So this is the name of my fixture. I've called this single category. This is my fixture. Okay. So this is called single category. So I want to make that available. So it's been made available when I run Pytest through the conf test file. So I can now access it. So it's going to be called single category. So I now have access to this fixture here, which is going to automatically build the table, build the database, and then it's going to, in the category model, it's going to then add some data to it. So I've built a table, I built a database, built a table, a test table, and then I've added some data. So what I can now do is check to see if that's happened. So if I say that the new category equals, and I get the instance that's been built from the single category. So what's happened here, this has built a new instance. name and slug. So I'm just going to grab that instance and then save it into this new variable here. Right, then what I'm going to do behind the scenes, what's happened is that the test database has been built. The category model has been added to with that new data. So what I should be able to do now is actually access that database in the normal way. So get category equals, and then I'm going to refer to the table category, and then I should be able to just run the query as per normal, objects.all. And then let's just grab the first, because there's only one in there. Let's just grab the first one, for example. So that's going to grab the first instance or the first row in the category table. Now we know that's going to include this data because that's been inserted into it. So whatever we've set up here is stored now in a new category, that new instance. And now we've just gone into the test database and grabbed the first item. So what we've done now is we've gone through the phase of arrange. So we've arranged in the fact that we've created our table, our test table, and now we've gone ahead and we've acted, because what we've done here is we've looked inside of this new table to see if something has actually been added to the test database. And now what we can do is we can assert, because now we can say, well, the new category ID, the new item that we've added or created should be equal to the information that's in the table. So let's say get category dot children. Oh, no. What am I doing? New category. I slow down a second. A new category dot ID should be equal to the information we got from the database. New category dot ID. Okay, so let's just run this. Pytest. Done. Okay, so looks like we've got a problem here because inventory isn't part. Okay, so what we haven't done here, apologies, if you go into settings, we haven't actually added the new module. So let's go ahead and do that. So e-commerce dot, and then inventory. Oh, this is really going to put people out. I do apologize. So e-commerce.inventory. So we've just basically initiated the inventory app. Then we need to go into the inventory app, go to apps, and then let's just add e-commerce here as well. E-commerce dot. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. And there we go. So this time we get an error. Okay, so no such table inventory category. Why is that? Well, what we probably need to do first, in actual fact, is we need to, now we've identified in the settings our app, we probably now need to do a make migrations. So let's go ahead and run that. So manage.py make migrations. Okay, and now let's run Pytest again. So this time you can see it works. And I went through that process really just to showcase the importance, honestly, the importance of making sure the inventory is configured in settings. So you've seen the importance of that by just going through that process. We didn't know about, or Django didn't know about the inventory application. Secondly, we've worked out the fact that if we haven't made a made a migrations file, then Pytest won't work. So it looks like there's some sort of connection between Pytest testing and also the migration tables. So there's obviously some information there that is needed in order for this to work. And those are kind of some important things to remember. Otherwise, you end up spending hours and hours and hours trying to work out what to do. So just to summarize one more time, what's happened here. First of all, we created a pytest.ini file. Boom. So some configuration files. So we told Pytest about our settings file and also about what type of testing files we want to include in the testing. So in this case, we've set out the name of our testing file, test_star, referring to anything after that. So we now know what files to look for tests. We've then gone ahead, we've created a new testing folder here inside of our inventory folder. So inside of our main e-commerce folder, and we've created some fixtures. So test inventory fixtures. Yeah, so a fixture is basically a way of creating an action that can be performed. In this case, it's going to be an addition to the database. It's going to set up a database. It's going to add some data into a specific model, in this case, category. Fantastic. Then what we've done is we've connected that to Pytest as it runs in the conf test file. So this file is automatically looked for when Pytest starts to run. And you can see here we've connected our fixtures so that our fixtures are ready in the background for us to use in our tests. We've then gone ahead and in the inventory folder, we've made a new folder called tests, and we've created our first test. So what we've done here is we've tested essentially we've tested the category model, and we've tested to make sure that we can insert something into it. Because remember, what our fixture is doing is adding some data into our table. And then what we're doing there is once it's been added into this new testing table behind the scenes, we've then got that data from the database and we've made a match. We've matched the data that we passed in to the data that's in the database. And that's the assert here. So we've gone through the phase of arrange. We've set up the database. We've gone through the phase of act. In this case, we've checked to see the data is in the database. And then the last phase, we've assert. So what we expected to happen actually happened, and it has. So we've added new data to the database, and it is available in the database, and it matches. Right, so this is a fixture that we may use in multiple tests somewhere along the line. So let's go back into our models. Notice that our category also has this parent field. So we ought to potentially build a test to make sure that we can build not only parent categories, so top level categories, that we can also build associated categories. So for example, we may have a top category or parent category of shoe, and then we have a subcategory men's or women's shoe, for example. So let's just go and see if we can set this up. So we're going to add a new Pytest fixture. So Pytest fixture. Okay. So this time we're going to call this, for example, let's go for a category with child. Yep. So category with child. And notice the naming of these functions here. I've tried to make it as understandable as possible. They may be a little bit wordy, but ultimately it doesn't really matter too much as long as it makes it as understandable as possible. So in my opinion, at least. So it's going to need a database access. So this time we're going to say parent. So we're going to build like a top level category first. That equals category dot objects dot create. So this is going to allow us to create a new object. So we're going to say name, and that's going to, and that's name equals, and we're going to say parent, and then we're going to say slug equals parent. Okay. Right, so that's our top level category or a parent category. So let's go ahead now and create a child category. So we're going to say parent. So we're going to need reference to the parent, so we know what child category we're making. So this is going to allow us to reference that. So we're going to say child or children dot create. So we're going to make a subcategory of our parent category. So we're going to need to know what parent category we're going to utilize, and then we're going to build a child category. So this time we're going to say name equals child, and then slug equals child. Okay, so that's that in place. So we now have a parent and child. So what we can also do is we can just grab the child equals parent dot children dot first. So we just grab the child from the parent, and then what we can then do is just return, for example, the child. So what we've done here then, to recap, is we've created a parent category, we've made a child category, and then we selected the child category from the parent category. So let's see if this works. Let's go back into here. So the general idea is that we're just testing our model to make sure that the data that we want to insert into it will be inserted into it. So essentially we are testing whether it will get inserted into our database. So we're going to say test create category with child. So somewhere along the line in our tests, we may need to build some of these different categories to test different aspects of that model or different components of our system that's going to be dependent upon that part of the database. And these fixtures are going to allow us to easily bring up and add some data into our test database before we start testing. And of course, our tests are then consistent throughout the life cycle and for all the different tests that we want to run. So this is going to be category with child. So this is a reference to our fixture we just built. So we pass that in, and what we want to do here is say new subcategory. So we just grab that category with child. That's going to grab the new category, and we're going to get category. So that's going to be category dot objects dot all, and let's just grab the first one. So we're just going to grab the first item in the categories, and then we're then going to test. So we're going to say assert get category dot children. So we're going to get the category from the database. We're then going to look for the child of that category, and we're going to grab the first child, and then we're just going to get the ID of that, and that ID from the test database, once we've added everything into the database, should equal our new subcategory.id. That's the category that we built, the subcategory that we built. So we're just testing to make sure here that our fixture creates a parent category and then a child associated to that parent. And then we're just making sure that that gets inserted all okay. And then we're just grabbing that from the test database once that's all been inserted, and then we're just testing it against the item that we entered originally. So we're getting the item that we entered originally down here, and then the data from the database that should be there once the fixture's been created. And that just tests to make sure that everything is working in regards to adding a category and a subcategory. So confident that that is working okay, let's go ahead now and let's just create a new file. So let's call this now the test products.py. So notice here that I'm trying to build a structure here and categorizing my tests to make it easy for me to understand where the tests are going to be found. And eventually that is going to be useful as I scale this up, because I may only want to test certain aspects of my application. And this is one way of kind of organizing tests. I could run this particular module here only, and that would only run the category tests. Additionally, I could, for example, add some markers here so that I can only run those specific tests, but that's maybe a little bit far-fetched at this point. So let's go ahead now into products, because essentially what we're going to need to do now is go through and maybe build some more tests, so inventory product, build some more tests that are going to test other aspects of our application. So now we can start scaling things a little bit. I won't go through all these tables because most of these tests to make sure that these tables work, they can be done when we get to DRF. So let's go ahead and apologize again. I said this was going to be a test first approach. I've already kind of gone against the grain here. So we're now going to just make a test of the product just to kind of showcase that. So let's go back in here. Now, the important thing here is to understand that when we build a product, it's connected foreign keys connected to a category. So we need to start thinking about connecting our fixtures together. And this is essentially what we're showcasing here. Right, so let's build another fixture. So just really to showcase the fact that we can use two fixtures, or we can inherit, or we can use two fixtures. So for example, this fixture here, we're going to need to build a category and associate it with a product. So what we're going to need to do here potentially is we're going to say category with child. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set up this fixture in a database, but at the same time also set up this data also in the database. So what we're doing here is we're referencing the category with child fixture, and that's going to be loaded before we then load or run the information or the code inside of this fixture here. So let's go ahead and now build this. So we're going to say product. So what we're doing here is what we've done previously. We just need to create some data inside of, in this case, the products table. So we're going to need to bring in the products table here. Product table from the models. So product equals product.objects.create. Okay, so we're going to need to know all the different fields. So we've got the web ID equals. Okay, and then that's going to be separated by commas. Slug equals default. And you can obviously at this stage think about how you want, or what you want, the data you actually want to test here. It might be kind of real data that's going to be expected in the database. And you might want to test some of the different boundaries of those fields. So when we get to category, we're going to say, or reference category with child. And obviously we're returning the child here from that. So essentially we're making a connection between this product that's going to be built and the child category that we're building here in this fixture. Okay, so other than that, let's go ahead now and build. The next is active. So these are just the fields that are going to be needed in order to build a simple product. So we do a bit of that, and then we go ahead and we return the product, and then we just have a look at seeing what's wrong here. Can you see what's wrong is the question. So we got, okay, I see. Apologies. Def single. I couldn't see it. Product. There we go. Okay, so we've got our fixture. Happy days. Right, so with that in place, let's go ahead now back into our inventory products page, and we're just going to now simply build a simple test to kind of test it. So from, I can't get my fingers right. From ecommerce dot inventory dot models, we're going to import the product table. Happy days. And then we're going to create a new test. Right, so we're going to test that we can insert single products or a single product with a subcategory. So that's the test that we're trying to make. We're testing to make sure we can make a single product and then associate it to a subcategory. And we need single product. That's the name of the fixture. That's going to fire off the test database and add all that data. And so we're going to say new product. New product equals single product. So that gets the new item that's being created. And then we're going to say get product, like we did before, equals product. So we're going to now grab data from the test database to make sure it has been entered. .or. And then we're going to say first, get the first item, and then we're going to assert. So the last phase of our test, new product.id is equal to get product.id. Okay, so with that in place, let's just do a few things here. Let's clear that. So let's go for our test, and you can see our tests are working okay. You can see the dots here, which indicates how many tests have been completed. So let's just go ahead and just do some printing here. So give us a clearer indication of what we're working with. So we're going to grab the items from the database. That's the items that are being made. So let's go ahead and put get product here, and let's just get the name. So you can clearly see from this, if I do this, that nothing has appeared here. So we do have some switches that we can use to kind of print this out. So let's see if I can remember that. So let's do S. Oh, there we go. Is that right? Yeah, there we go. And that's what we've just printed out there. So we can see that we're getting the name back from the product. So we can access other items here. We've just accessed the ID. So let's just go ahead and we can use a new product. That's from the fixture. And we can also drill down into that fixture and get the name too. So here what we're doing is we're printing out the name that's been added in the fixture. And then once it's been added to the database, we're actually then grabbing it from the database and returning it. So you can see that all the data has been created. Now let's just see if we can also, from the get product, let's see if we can get the category name. So to get the category, what we need to remember is it's in a different table. So we need to reference category and then the name of the field we want to access. So product name category dot and then name. So if we go back into our fixtures here, remember what we've done is we've initiated this fixture here, and the name of the category that we're associating this product to here is going to be child. Remember, we're returning the child, so we're associating this product categories to that child that we've made. So the name of this, the name of the category that this product's connected to should be child. So let's just give that a go. And there we go. So we return child. So we can clearly see here that we have made a product, we've made a subproduct, and we have a product that's associated to that category. Apologies for kind of embellishing this, but it is important if you are new to testing. When we build that test database, remember it's just a blank database that's been created from our models. And then what we're doing is we're inserting the data into the correct models and then returning them as and when we need them for setting up different tests. And that's important to understand. And what we've done essentially, we've just literally modeled these two components with some data in our test database. So now we focus on Django DRF. Right, so Django DRF, we're going to be building an API that's going to allow us to, the front end, to interact with the back end, grab some data, return it to the front end so we can display it to the user. So we're going to try a test first approach here by creating a test first and then build up the code slowly to kind of meet the requirements of that test to get that test to pass. So through that process, we will need to create some more fixtures. We will inadvertently test the database and the models, as well as building and preparing a test for testing to make sure that the DRF endpoint works correctly. So I will take you through the process of testing with DRF. So we'll go through how we can do that in a simplistic way. Right, so for us to understand this, we need a little bit of a plan here. So this is the plan. So this is just a mock-up of the inventory system for our application. So we're going to have a home page maybe on the front end. On that home page, we have a search tool. We have some product features. So some products will be displayed, maybe the latest products, for example, the most popular products. And then also we have a drop-down category system so that users can select a category. So the idea here is just thinking about the workflow here, because that's going to allow us to identify what endpoints we're going to need. So what data points the front end is going to require. So for example here, if I wanted to display the categories on the home page, I'm going to need to allow the front end to be able to access all the categories in my database. So I'm going to need an endpoint. I'm going to need to set up in my API a way of the front end sending a signal to a certain point to my API to signal the fact it needs all the category names and then return that to the front end. So that's going to be needed, and that's what it's indicating here. So when someone does click on one of those categories, it's going to take them to another page, which is going to show all the products by category. So I'm going to need another endpoint to collect all the data about a product where the category equals X, Y, and Z. So I'm going to need to make another endpoint in my API so that users can access products via category. So that's another thing I'm going to need. And then when they select that product, it takes them to the single product page. So here I'm going to need a third endpoint whereby I can select a single product based upon an ID or something. So on the category page here, behind the scenes, each product is associated to a web ID, if you remember from the model. So that means that I can probably select a single product based upon a web ID. Either way, I'm going to need 1, 2, 3 endpoints in order to kind of build this system in preparation before I start building the front end. So in addition to that, you can see that this isn't going to be built in this tutorial, product by feature, but this is just to kind of indicate that this is probably going to be another endpoint or some different endpoints to kind of pull out that data from the database for the front end. The final step in this process will be to set up Elasticsearch so that we can have a search tool that will then search all of the inventory for particular products based upon the name, for example, in this case, and then we can then link the user from that to the single product page. So that'll be in the last phase of this tutorial. So let's go ahead and install Django DRF. That's what we're going to be utilizing here. So from PyPy, you can see pip install Django REST framework. So let's go back into our code here. Let's just close down everything and start fresh. Okay. Okay, so that was Command K if you're on Mac. If you're on Windows, you can type in CLS and enter, that would clear. Right, so yep, let's go ahead and pip install Django REST framework. And then we're just, as we did before, we'll just go ahead and pip freeze and then -r, or no, freeze, and then dev, the name of the requirements file. So that just updates the requirements file with everything that's just been installed from Django DRF. So we are going to need to register the fact that we have this package installed. So in e-commerce, in settings, let's just drop this down a bit. We're going to need to define that. So let's go ahead and just identify the fact that this is kind of an external app. As some kind of category system here. So this is a REST framework. Okay. And in addition to that, what I didn't do was also register MPTT. That's also going to be needed. I didn't do that earlier because unless we start utilizing or looking at it in the admin system, it's probably not going to be needed. So let's just make sure that that's in. And I think that's pretty much what we need to do at this point. So let's go ahead and at the bottom here, we can define some of the kind of initial parameters, if you like. So we've got this REST framework. Let's set up this variable here equals, so we can set up some of the different configurations. So we can set up a default permission class. So this is just basically going to set the kind of default privileges, permissions. I spell it right, permissions. So here, for example, we can define, it's just a case of looking at the documentation for this. So I'm just going to set off by allow any. So framework dot permissions dot allow any. There we go. So allow any has been set up. What we can also do is set up maybe pagination straight away, but let's get that done. Let's get that done a little bit later. So we've set up the default permissions. Again, just have a look at the documentation for DRF and you can set your own default permissions. Okay, so next up, let's create a new project, a new app, sorry, for DRF. Now you might be wondering why I did that. I've not explained that, and I've just done that for you to go into the documentation, particularly allow any. That seems like a very dangerous thing to do. So definitely have a look at the documentation. Right, so let's go into a new folder and let's go and create a new folder called DRF. That's going to be our new project, our new app, sorry. And then let's say Python 3 manage.py start app, and then we're going to call this DRF, and that needs to be DRF. And so we say .ecommerce /DRF. That's where we're going to put it. Okay, so that's our new application we just built. So let's go in and just register this while we're here in the settings. So we're going to have a new app called ecommerce.drf. So that's our app, and then just go into DRF, and in our app settings here, we could just delete this, but I don't want to explain this just for now. So in our apps.py, let's just go ahead and connect that up correctly because we're inside of this e-commerce folder here. There we go. So that's all kind of wired up now. So what we're not going to need here is a model file. We're going to need that. A test file, we get rid of the test file. We're in DRF at the moment, and we're not going to need the admin file. So let's get rid of that. We could get rid of apps, but let's just keep views, and let's create a new folder in here. Let's call this tests. And then inside of here, we need to build our first test, I would imagine. So let's go for, well, let's have a look at our. So first of all, then from the top, we're going to need a way of selecting and returning all of the categories. So this is going to be our first endpoint that we need to develop. So inside of our tests then, let's go ahead and create a new file here called test category.py. Notice here that in the tests here, we've got a file here called test category as well. So if I were just to run Pytest, notice that we get an error because we've already registered the name test category. So we're trying to register it again. So therefore we can't do that. So what we need to make sure of is, I'm just trying to read this, what it says here, import file mismatch. So what we need to do is go into our tests in DRF, and we just need to make sure that we've got initialize file in here. So, okay, and then we go back in here, run Pytest again, and everything is not working because I forgot to include the file extension. So do that one more time, and now everything is okay. So make sure you've got your init file here, otherwise that's not going to work if you've got duplicate names. So in our DRF, we now have tests, and we now have category, test category. So let's build a test now to test our category. Right, so we're going to need to know a little bit more then about how we would test an endpoint. So if you like, we can start from the PyPy package link here. Let's go into the home page. That should take us to a documentation. And then from here, if we go to search, what we're looking for is API client. Okay, making requests, test settings. Okay, let's just click on this link here. So what we have here is it's taken us to the area for testing. So API guide and testing, you could have just done that. So we have some tools here that's going to help us test some endpoints. But specifically, what we're going to be utilizing is the API client here. So the API client supports the same request interface as Django standard client class. That means the standard get, post, blah, blah methods are all available. So this is going to allow us to send or to simulate the idea of requesting data from an API endpoint. So you can see here the terminology here, API client. So kind of simulating the client, the user making a request. So within this function, within these set of tools, we've got all these tools that are going to allow us to send normal kind of signals over to our API, requests to our API. So by all means, have a little look here. I don't want to go too deep into this, but essentially we're going to be utilizing the API client to, I don't want to use the word mock, but to test our API. So let's go back in, right? So let's just set up the API so we can use it on multiple tests. So I'm just going to bring all this down so we know where we are. So inside of e-commerce, let's go into our, let's go into our tests here. And then inside of here, we're going to set up a new file called API client. So we're going to make this into a fixture so that we can use it in multiple tests. So it's called API client. So from in here, let's import Pytest, and then from the REST framework .test, of course, we're going to import the API client. Okay, so now we're going to make a fixture, Pytest .fixture, and then we're going to create a new function called, what should we call it, API client, and then it's just basically just going to return the API client, return API client. Okay, so that fixture will be available only once we've added it to the comp test file. So we need to add this to here. So pretty much we're just going to need a comma here. Yeah. And then just add a new item to this, ecommerce .test API client. So the name of the fixture. There we go. So that will now be available before we start testing. Okay, so let's just remove that and that. And we don't need the API client anymore. So we're back here then in the DRF tests folder, test category. So let's go ahead now and actually set up a test which is going to test a category. So the idea is that we're going to build a test, and then we're going to build the code that's needed to make the test pass. So let's create a new test then called test get all categories, or just test get category. I'm going to call it get categories plural. Okay, so this is a test to make sure that we can get all the data from the database from the front end regarding the categories. So we're going to need the API client here, and let's go ahead and let's go ahead and use a fixture that we created earlier, maybe, or potentially. Let me just show you how to build an additional fixture. So here we have category with child with MPTT, but there is another way of kind of creating, and I just wanted to showcase that here. So if you're using MPTT, what we can do is we can set up a fixture in a slightly different way, or the data within the database in a slightly different way. So I'm going to call this category with multiple children, because it can be a bit of a pain, to say the very least, when creating fixtures for MPTT. So if we take a look at the documentations for Django MPTT, you can see here that we've got this option, build tree node. This allows us to load a tree from a nested dictionary for kind of bulk insert. So it provides us an example there. So we go through and we'll follow this example. And this just shows you another way of entering data into our test database, utilizing this nested dictionary. So let's go ahead then, and what we're going to need here is access to the database. And let's go ahead and say record equals, and then category dot objects, and this time we're going to use build tree nodes. Okay, so now we just need a nested dictionary. So I'll go ahead and just paste that in. Okay, so so this is our nested dictionary. So you can see what we're doing. We're creating one parent, and just an example of then creating a child for the parent and then creating a grandchild. That was something else we didn't kind of test here, where we can make a parent of a parent, if you like, a child of, yeah, a sub-child, if you like. So grandchild here. So this is related to this. This one's related to this. So you can see the ID 1, and then here the parent ID equals 1 to make a reference to this instance, this category. And then here the parent ID is the ID of this child element here. Okay, and you can see here that we're utilizing referring to child here to make child elements. So this is just another way of using MPTT to bulk load in categories maybe into the test database. Right, so now we've got that in place. At the bottom here, what we're going to need to do is say category equals category dot objects dot bulk create. So we can now use the bulk create tool. And then obviously pass in record. That's what we want to bulk create. And then we're going to return category. And there we go. So that finishes that. So don't forget, if you are copying this out, apologize if you're doing this line by line. The code is in the code repository. By all means, just copy and paste it. It's a little bit long-winded why I didn't do that. Hopefully you appreciate that. And I'm trying to kind of slim down the size of this tutorial, which is going on for quite a long time. So with that fixture now in place, category with multiple children, let's go back here into our test category in our DRF, and we need to kind of bring in now this fixture. So this fixture, yeah, so we need now bring in this fixture, right? So it was called, I was trying to remember what it's called then, category with multiple children. There we go. Okay, so let's just pass that. So there we have that. That's our function. So let's go ahead now and start to think about utilizing this with DRF. So if you're not too familiar with DRF, essentially what we're doing is we're making endpoints, and that's links to where data can be accessed. So in order to kind of build this test, first of all, we need kind of to set an endpoint. So let's go ahead and do that. Now remember that they've got the first slash here, API, and then inventory. So we're going to make, I'm making the system up now. So to access this data about categories, I'm going to make a link API slash inventory slash category. So that seems like a good way. So anything I need in inventory, I need API, then inventory, blah. And then inside of that is going to be category. And then what do I want to get? I want to get all categories. So maybe I'll do something like that. So that's going to be my endpoint. Obviously, that's not been made yet. And you'll see that being created when we move on to a next step. Remember, we're kind of creating a test first, and then we're going to build. So let's go for response equals, and then we're going to say API client. So we're going to need the API client now. And then what do we want to do with this API client? Well, we want to use the get. So we want to get. And what do we want to get? Well, we want to get the endpoint. So we want to make a get request, if you like, to the endpoint. Right. So that should return the data. And once that's been returned, we can now assert. So let's test to see what we think has actually happened. So let's first of all get the response. Let's go into find the status code. Now, status code should be 200. If you're not too familiar with status code, just type into Google HTML status code, so 404, maybe you're already familiar with that, but 200 means everything's okay. So if we return a status code of 200, it means this has worked okay, but obviously we want to maybe check the data. So let's say assert, and let's say the length of the response. So again, we're getting the response from the API. If we go into that, we can access the data. And what we can do here, we can get the length of it. So if there are 10 categories, the length of that data should be 10. So that should equal the length, in this case, of the category with multiple children. So that should equal the category. There should be 3 categories here. We've made 3 categories. So what gets returned from the endpoint should be 3 categories. So if we can match that up, it means that we have returned all the categories. Okay, so let's just test this out. Obviously, this is going to fail. Pytest. So you can see that we have failed. Now, error importing plugin ecommerce.test.api client, no module named ecommerce.test. Okay. So clearly it says here there's an error in the import. So it's trying to import from the conf test file. So I'm just missing the S here. Okay, so that's very simple. And let's try that again. And this time you can see that 3 are passed and 1 has failed. So if I just move this up a bit, it will indicate what has failed. So you can see here the assert is returning 404, which means that the page doesn't exist. So clearly the test category from DRF has failed, and therefore we now need to go ahead and actually build this up. So let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, then let's just get rid of all this stuff here. Let's now go ahead and I guess we can start off by setting out a URL. Probably not the best place to start. Let's start off by creating in DRF. Let's create a view. So I've decided to use API view from the REST framework. There are many different, and again, it's something I want to make a tutorial about in the future, the different types. So I'm going to be using API view. Okay, so let's bring that in. So I'm going to create a new class then called category list, and then I'm going to be utilizing API view. And now that's going to be, this is going to return a list of all categories. Okay, and so now then I'm going to utilize def get. So here with the API view, it allows me to define, in this case, get. So get is reference point to the type of command we send across to the API. So maybe we want to post some data, add some data to the database. Here we just want to get some data. So that's a reference to that there. So this is now going to be a function that's going to be started if there is a get request to the endpoint that's connected to this class. So get, we're using self, we need self, sorry, and then request. Right, so we pass that in. And then what we need to do first is think about the query set, because what we need to do now is collect the data from the database. So category. If someone makes a request for a category, obviously we're going to need the category objects. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is going to basically run a query. So sorry, category equals query set equals category. Now, because we're using that, we're going to need to import that in. So from ecommerce.inventory.models, let's import the category table or model. Okay, so we now have that available. So essentially all we've done here is pretending that someone's made a get request. This is going to then fire off, and then we're going to get all the categories from the category table. Right, so now we need something called a serializer. So a serializer basically allows us to ensure that the data that we are collecting or adding to the database meets the model's requirements. And it prepares the data ready to be sent out, or prepares the data ready to go into the database. That's how we can look at it at kind of a high level. So we're going to need something called a serializer, and that'll make more sense if you're not too familiar with that in a second. So I'm going to call that category serializer. We're going to need to build that in a second. So that's going to take in the query set, the data that was returned from the database, and it's going to check it against the serializer. And there's going to be many of those. So we're going to need many equals true right there. Okay. So with that in place, once it's done that, we can then return the data. So you can see that the data is going to come from the database. It's going to go through the serializer. Then it's going to be prepared. So it can then be sent across in a way that can be understood by the front end. So we get the data in the serializer and we send that back in the response. Now, obviously we're sending a response. So we're going to need to also import that in. That's from the REST framework dot response. Yeah, import response. Okay. And there we go. So obviously this category serializer doesn't exist yet. So now we need to make a new page in DRF called serializers. Okay, so, or you can call it, let's not make it plural. Let's just make it singular. serializer. Okay, so inside of our serializer then, what we need to do is we're going to need to access to the model. So from ecommerce.inventory.models, let's import. We're going to need a few, but let's just import category for now. Okay, so and then from the REST framework, we need to import the serializer so we can work with serializers. And then let's create a new class. So this class is going to be for the category. That's what we're building right now, right? So let's just call this category serializer. Okay, and then from serializers we extend and we say model serializer. It's basically just saying the fact that this is going to be a model serializer. So it's expecting a Django model to kind of serialize that data. So let's go ahead and add class meta. So we're going to define the model that we're going to use. That's going to be category that we brought in. And then we can define the fields. So here we've got some control of like what data we want to return. So we say name, let's return the slug, and let's also return whether it is active or not. Maybe that's going to be useful for the front end. Okay, and then I'm going to set this to read only equals true. That maybe will prevent anyone writing or using the serializer to write data. Okay, so with that in place, we now have a serializer. We now have a kind of a format that's going to prepare the data from the database in a way that's then accessible for us to move across to the front end. So let's go ahead and from ecommerce.drf serializer, let's import the category serializer. There we go. So that's now available. So now we have our class here. It's connected to our serializer. Everything's ready to go. We now need an endpoint to point to this class. So at this point, we could put the URLs inside of here. I'm just going to be a little bit lazy, but I'm going to put everything inside of the main URLs for now until maybe this scales a little bit further. So in here, we need an endpoint for our category. So I'm just going to create that. So let's say path. If you remember, we now need to match the test that we built. So remember, the endpoint has to be API. We don't need the initial slash here. API/inventory. That's where a lot of people go wrong. They forget the slash in the test, and it doesn't really give you much indication as to what the problem is. And here you don't need the slash here in the path. Right, so category. That's what we had. That was the test. And then now we need to connect it to category list as view because we're using a class. Okay, so that's that in place. We need the trailing there. Okay, so let me just move that down. So that's what we end up with. Now we need to import that in. So from ecommerce.drf .views, of course. Let's import that view in. It's called category. Oh, hello. From ecommerce.drf.views. Okay. Category. List. Okay, so we import that in. So what we've done here, if you like, imagine this is the user over here. They send a GET request to Django. First of all, it's going to be matched. The URL is going to be matched to one of these, obviously that one. And then this URL now passes that data over to this class. So it passes it over to our views here. And if it's a GET request, it's then going to perform this function here and return the data. That's the idea. So at this point, what we can now do is, well, we could, what I've done here is I've added, if you don't use Postman, for example, in this extension, I think I've added Thunder Client. So this is going to give us a few different tools that's going to allow us, we can see the icon here, allow us to kind of test our endpoint in a really kind of simplistic way. So let's go ahead. This is a GET request, remember. So let's see if we can kind of access our endpoint. So first thing we're probably going to need to do is to actually start our server, right? So let's go in and do that. Python 3 manage.py run server. Everything seems to be working okay. Notice you've got some unapplied migrations, and this is where we kind of stop because I want to do this at the end. So we can't do this at the moment, test our endpoint in this way, actually see if it's working, because we haven't actually migrated all our models yet, and we haven't added any data into it. And I want to show you, I have made some fixtures for this and they're accessible for you to utilize. So I'll do that at the end. So we can't actually do this at the moment, but what we can do, if I just move this down, if I would just get rid of this request and that there, and go back up here, and we just move that down, what we should have now is a completed section. If I were to just close that, Start C, or so Command C, if you're on the Mac. So what I should be able to do now is say Pytest, and you can see that our test now works okay. And that's what we're trying to do. And that's the essence of test first approach. We create a test and then we build some simple code, simple as possible, to get our test to pass. And then we can iterate and make our code better as we go along. Okay, right. So that's our first test completed. Let's go back to our diagram then. So essentially what we've done, we've made our first component, our first endpoint for our system, which is the home category system. It's going to return all of the categories. Right, so now we need to move across to product by category. So let's go back into DRF and test, and this time I'm going to make a new file then, and I'm going to call this test product. I think that's product.py. Okay, so now we've got that in place. Let's go ahead. So this test could have gone into category, right? But I think this is a kind of a product page. So I'm going to put this in the test product area. So let's import Pytest. We're going to need that. Actually, we're not going to need that. Yeah, let's just make a test, right? Def test get product by and category. So let's think about what we're going to need. We're going to need the API. Let me just zoom in a bit. We're going to need the API client here, and we're also going to need our single product. Okay, so we're going to get a product by category name. So we're going to need to set up a test database which has the categories and some products, or a product in this case. So that's why I'm calling the single product, because that's going to build the database with the category and the product. Remember, the single product fixture is connected to the category fixture, so that's going to be built as well. Right, so we're going to say product equals a single product, and then let's build an endpoint for this. Same process again. So this is going to be API inventory / products / category / and then what we're going to need to do here, and why I'm using F string, is we're going to need to get the product category. Okay, so what we're doing here is we know that when we built the initial product, that was part of a certain category. So we're going to get that category name and put it right here. So we're kind of making a dynamic link, if you like, utilizing the product that we created in our fixture. So same as normal, we will go and set up a response, and we'll save the response. We'll save the response in a variable called response. So that's going to be API client, and same again, we're going to use get to get the data, and then we point it to the endpoint. So that's going to grab all the data from that endpoint, and then we are expecting some data back. So what we're expecting back from this endpoint is all the products associated to that category. Now we only have one product, right? So we're only expecting one product back at this point. So let's set up some expected JSON. So what's returned from this response should be some JSON that's utilized by the front end. So let's go ahead and set up some expected outcomes. So name is going to be product. Let's make this dynamic product name. So I'm not going to type in this statically. And then web underscore ID is going to be the product dot web ID. So what I'm doing here is I'm using the data from the product to output the expected to utilize it for the expected outcome as well. And that makes it dynamic. So if I do change the fixtures names or the names or elements or the web ID name, then I don't need to worry about changing my test. That's where I think I'm moving to there. I use a comma there, then it will format it like that. And then now all I need to do is assert. So I need to test the expected outcomes. So response dot, we'll do the status code again, and that equals 200. And I just need to spell that right. And then that needs to be double equals. And then secondly, I'll do an assert, and you can mix this up. There's lots of things obviously you can test here. So data, so I'll go into the response data, and that should equal the expected JSON. So what gets returned, the data that gets returned from this endpoint should match this here. That's what I'm trying to test for. So expected JSON. There we go. So in short, what I've done is I'm going to need to create another endpoint which takes in the product category. So behind the scenes, the view will need to run a query based upon the category that gets passed in via this this link, this get request, and then we need to get the response, and then that response should match this JSON. So what we're going to do then is just assert to make sure we can access that page or that endpoint. So it should return a 200 status code, and then we're just going to make sure that the expected outcome is what we expect. And this is the expected JSON that should get returned from this endpoint based upon the data that's in the fixtures. Right, so let's go ahead now and sort this out. So let's go into DRF and our views. So this time we're going to need to make a new view. So let's call this view, what should we call it? Product by category, I guess. So let's just follow that. Apologies, it's almost the hardest thing trying to name things. Product by category. That's what we're trying to do, right? So we're going to use API view again, and this time we can add some docs here. Let's say return product by category. It kind of makes sense anyway, doesn't it? That's probably not needed, but there we go. Right, so let's use the get function then. Self and then request will need to be passed in. Simply won't work otherwise. And then let's build a query set or get some data. So this time it's going to equal product dot objects. We're going to need to go into the test database, aren't we, when we run the test, and look for the products table, and then we're going to run a filter. So category slug. So this is all going to be based upon the category slug. Now this is a foreign key, right? So we're going to say category inside the products table, and that's a foreign key, remember, that moves across to the category table. And then inside the category table, we're going to look for a field called slug. So we're going to match that against, so we're going to match, let's go back into our test here. So here, where we got the category here, that's going to be extracted from this request, and it's going to then be utilized to build this query, and then inside the products model, we have a category foreign key, and then we can use the double underscores to kind of go across over to the category table and look for the actual slug name and make a match. And when we make a match, where there's a product with that slug name, we'll then return that data. So with that in place, slug equals, and then that's going to be the query. That's what we're going to pass in. So what we need to do here is a third parameter here. So we need query. So we start off with none. So we need to pass that in, and we'll see that happening, how we do that in the URLs in a second. So that's how we pass data into this function here. Now we're going to need to bring in product table. We need that. So let's bring that in. Right. So now what we have then is a request. We're going to get the query, the data about the slug that we need to query, the category name, which is going to be the slug. And then we run that query to filter out all the products that are associated to that category that we pass in. And then we're going to need another serializer equals product serializer. And then we're going to pass in the query set. And then again, it's going to be many equals true. Okay, so now we need a product serializer. So it doesn't exist yet. So let's just reference it here. Product serializer. Okay, that's my stomach. Right, so let's go into our serializers. We're going to need now a new class called product. Oh, that's a good point. So there's probably a few things we need to do here. Product serializer. Okay, so let's take in serializers dot and then model serializer. Okay, right. So now then, let's have a think about what we need to do here. Let's just keep it simple, and let's just say class meta, and we're going to set out the model, which is going to be product. So we're going to need to bring that in. So let's bring that in up here. Okay, and then we're going to define the fields that we want to return. So let's just keep this simple for now. So we're just going to return the name and the web ID. The reality is we probably want to return more than that, but for now, let's just keep that simple. And then we can set this also to read only equals true, and then editable. These are just additional I'm just introducing. You might want to go and read about them. I'm just putting them here. It also helps me remember all the different options by just writing them out. So editable equals false, read only true. Okay, so that's our serializer then. So that should work okay now. So we've got our product serializer built in there or imported there. We'll do a bit of that serializer. So probably what we need to do now is we probably just need to return this. So hopefully at this point you can see what's happening here, and all we need to do here is return our response, which is going to be our serializer.data. Okay, so hopefully with that in place, we didn't actually test to see if the test wasn't working. Do apologize, we should have tested that. But let's go ahead now and test this Pytest. It shouldn't work at the moment because we haven't done everything. Oh, Pytest. Okay, looks like we've dropped out of the session here. So let's just go back into our virtual machine source. Okay, so you can see that we've not completed this yet, so we are failing. Our test is failing. The first test in the category is okay, so this product test is failing, which is all good. So let's go ahead now and just finish this up by going into the URLs, because we need a URL, right? So let's go path, and then we need to set out our URL for this. Now you just need to remember from the test what we set out. So that was in DRF test product. So this was the endpoint that we created here. Now remember here it has a / at the start, but in our URL it doesn't. That's important. So API / inventory / and then this time it's all about products. So we'll just call it products, and then category. Maybe it should say category products, but this is all about products. So category, and now we need to pass in. So we're going to say it's a string. So we're going to pass in a string, and then it's going to be referenced as query. So whatever we type in here in our URL is going to be captured in query, and then that's going to be passed over. The word query there matches up what we have here in the view query, and then we can utilize that to run our query. Right, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and see if we can test this now, see if it works. Looks like it's failed. We've got 2 failed tests. Let's go back up and have a look, see what the problem is. Oh, I haven't actually finished the URL, that's why. Right, so that's why. Step ahead, step too far. Right, so import category and product by category. So let's just finish this off then. So this is a comma, and then product by category dot as underscore view. Okay, so that should finish that off. Let's see if it works now. Still failing. Okay. Okay. So name right contains 1 more item. So name default web ID 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay. So it looks like only one's failed here. So we go back to the top here. The product has failed. So let's see what the problem is. So assertion equals name blah 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 blah. Right contains 1 or more items. So you can see it says use v to get the full difference. So when we're kind of making these matches here, we can use v. There's a double v as well, and that should give us a little bit more information about what the problem is here. So minus name default web ID and plus nothing. So it doesn't look like anything's being returned. I think this potentially is the issue here, that nothing is being returned. We're expecting this here, but in actual fact, what is getting returned looks like this here. So this looks like what the problem is. And you can see here, assert, this is our assert from our test, nothing on the left-hand side. But what we're expecting is this here. So let's just go back to our test. So the response data, we're returning nothing at the moment. And this is the problem that we've got. So let's see if we can debug this. So this is an interesting problem, whereby it could be quite a lot of different things. So it's a case of kind of going backwards and going through it step by step, using simple tools like print to help you out. So let's just go back to this test here, because this is where we started from. So we created a single product, and then what I've done here is I've created a print. So I'm going to print product category. So we created this single product in our fixture, and I want to just return the category name here. So if I go ahead and just print this out, you can see what's being returned is category object 2. So in actual fact, what we're trying to put here is category object 2, which obviously doesn't match any categories. So why is that? Well, I'm thinking to myself now, if I select something from the category, I should be returning the dunder string method. So the name, I think I set it. And that's just a case for now going back to this is the default return. So I could, for example, I'm just thinking about it. Let's just go for name here. So let's just return .name, and that actually then returns the name. So that's telling me potentially there's a problem, or I've not done something correctly in the model. So if I go to e-commerce, go to inventory and go to my models, if I look in the category here, I've forgotten to include the dunder string return, the name. So by default, that would just return the name if I select an item from this table. So with that in place, if I go back now here and remove name again, and what I should return now in product category is just, it should return the name. And it does. And you can see, in actual fact, everything's just automatically passed. So that was the problem. I wasn't returning the correct data. And that was really simple. It was almost like the first step of just kind of diagnosing this, going step by step, what data am I returning? Am I selecting the right data? So hopefully that was useful. So with that in place, it looks like everything is now working. Wonderful. So let's just get rid of that. And we'll try that again. So Pytest. And you can see that all the tests are now passed. So going back to our diagram, we now have an endpoint for category, and we now have an endpoint for product by category. So now we go on to the last point here. Now what's important here, the single product. So here we're going to be then delving in to the inventory table. Now remember, the inventory table is pretty much connected to everything else, the media table, the stock table, the brand table, the attributes. So now we need to test the whole thing. We're going to need to set up a fixtures so that we test that we have it all available, so that when we build a single product or in the inventory, it builds everything else out as well. So we're going to kind of test everything in its entirety almost by creating this endpoint. So let's do it. It's a bit long-winded, but let's do it. So test product. So let's just break everything down. So in e-commerce, DRF test, we're still in the test product here. So let's now build a new test. This is quite a big test, right? So we're going to test the get inventory by web ID. Remember, the web ID is going to be in the products table, so we're going to need a link there. So test get inventory by web ID. Right. So in this case, I am going to need the API client, of course. But as well as that, I'm going to need a new set of fixtures. So let's now go ahead and create some fixtures for this. I'm just going to close this all down. It's going to take me a little bit of time to do that. So let's go into the test. And let's go back into fixtures. So far we've got the category, single category with a child. We created a category of multiple children using the bulk crate. And then we've got a single product. So we're probably going to need to make a new fixture. Make a new fixture for this. And this is going to be quite comprehensive. So let's say pytest.fixture. And let's go ahead and create one. So this is going to be, we can do this one of many ways, I guess. But this is going to be a single sub-product. Remember, this is a sub-product or an inventory product with media and attributes. Yeah, so it's single sub-product with media. So with images and attributes. So we're going to go for the whole thing here. Right, so for that to happen, we're going to need a database, of course. We're going to need a single product. So we've already made it a single product, so we can connect it to that. Cool. Okay, so what we're saying here is that this single product, or is it? This single product here is going to be connected to this kind of sub-product here. That's what we're trying to achieve here. Right, so with that in place, we now need product type. We're going to need a separate product type, we're going to need a separate brand, and then the product attributes. So our database is going to help us understand that, what we're going to need here. So we're going to need to make a product type. We're going to need to make media. Now the media here is a many-to-one. So we could, it makes it a little bit trickier, but we're going to need to set this up manually. So we're going to, I think we'll do that first in actual fact. So we're going to need to set up that. So media equals, let's just make a new media object for this product objects.create. And then let's say we need to know the fields product product inventory equals. So we don't know the product yet, but that's going to be called subproduct. So I'm going to make a new. I'm going to make a new variable here called subproduct to build my subproduct. So that's that in place. So media, haven't imported media yet, so let's bring that in. Okay. So media object create, so we create that. So subproduct, and that builds the connection using the foreign key from the media table to the product table. So we've got image, I think image URL. So let's build an image URL. So images slash default dot png. That should do it. And then alt text. So that was another field, I think. Alt text equals default. And then I've got is feature. I think that equals true. Okay, so we can just double check that. So product image alt text is feature, and this just gets automatically generated, created at, and updated at. So that's what we need there. So that's going to make a new instance then in the media table. So now we need to think about creating now type. So we're going to need a new fixture then, so that we can build a simple type and then associate it to this. So to do that, let's go ahead and build a new fixture. So let's call it in. So let's just do it up here at pytest.fixture. So let's call this product type. So we need a DB to create the data. We're going to need some product. So this is connected to product attribute. Let's not forget that. So we need to bring that in. We need to make that in a minute. So we're going to say product type equals product type dot objects dot create, and then we're just going to give it a name equals default. Okay, so then we're going to need a product attribute. Product attribute equals product underscore attribute. Okay, so then what we want to do at that point is say product type dot product. I'll explain this in a second. Product underscore type attribute dot add. So this is a kind of additional command that we're creating here, this add command. Because we're using a foreign key, I need to, when we create a new product type, we need to maybe associate it to the attribute, the product attribute. So there's a many-to-many connection. So we're going to need to use .add here to actually manually make an entry in that many-to-many table, that link table. So there we go. So we then need to return. That's a really key point here, which I'm not really explaining very well, but let's have a look at the models in a second. Okay, so we've got this product attribute that we're going to need to bring in. So let's go ahead and just quickly build that product attribute, and it should make a little bit more sense. So def product attribute so product attribute, so we're going to say we're going to build a product product attribute equals product attribute, dot object. So we're just going to create a new attribute in here, objects dot create, and then we just need to remember the fields. I think it's just name equals default, and then there's a description as well that we could have added. Okay, and then let me return. Yep, come on. Then we return the product attribute. Right, so let's just recap here. So we have this table here called product attribute. So I've built that and added a new item. We've then gone ahead and built a product type. Now, product type is connected to attributes. That's the thing. So we can't make a product type on its own. We need to actually connect it to attributes. So the attribute table needs to exist and it needs to have attributes. So this is why we bring that in. Now, this table here we created manually. So what we want to do is when we associate a product type to an attribute, remember this product attribute link table here, because we have a many-to-many, that needs to be populated. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do here. So we need to add in product type, apologies, product type, and then we've got product attributes. So we just brought that in. Right, so what we're doing here then, let's start from here. We'll create a new product attribute, name, description. Happy days. Now we have a product attribute. So we now need to associate that with a product type. So we bring that in. So this gets created first. So we now have something in our database for the product attribute. So we then go ahead and we create a new product type and we give it a name of default. And then we say that the product attribute equals the product attribute. So here we're associating it to this product attribute here that we just made. Now that isn't the end of it. At this point, there's nothing in that link table. There's nothing now been added here. We simply just added some data here. We've added some data here, but we need this link table in order to kind of make this flow so that we can run our tests and actually work with this data properly. Now, because we're using fixtures here in this kind of environment, this doesn't automatically happen for us. We have to manually now add data into this table. So what we've done here is exactly that. So we say product type dot and then product type attribute, and that's a reference then to this table, and then add. So that's a way of kind of performing an activity after we've done this to update this table. Now there's a few different tools here that we can utilize. I don't want to go into too much detail here. We could spend a couple of minutes on that, but that is something that's very key to building these fixtures with many-to-many, and then can cause you a little bit of time to kind of work out exactly how to do that. So the Django documentation does support that. One thing, and the reason why, in actual fact, I changed from a many-to-many here is because it's just a pain in the bum to try and do this when you've got a many-to-many, because you're not working with the Django internals, you're working with MPTT, and trying to figure that out. I just didn't want to spend any time on that. So this is why I moved to a many-to-one from a many-to-many connection, and it still works okay, but trying to build that could get fairly complicated. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. We build the product attribute table because there's a many-to-many connection from product type and it can't be created unless there is an attribute. We need to create then a new product type and then populate the many-to-many table. And there we go. So those are those fixtures in place. So let's go back to our single product, blah, blah, blah. So now we can also now bring in the product type, Okay, so that brings in that fixture. So next up, we've got brand. So we're going to need to build the brand table next. That's pretty simple, right? So that's just going to be a new fixture, probably called brand. So let's just build it here at pytest.fixture def. Let's call this brand. And we're going to need the database to add some brands. And then we're going to say brand.brand. So we're going to need to bring that in at the top, .create, and then name equals default. So we're just going to have one brand here. So we could bulk this in. I don't think I provided an example of that here. We did use bulk earlier for MPTT, so we can add bulk items here. So that's brand, right? So brand, we need to just make sure we have the brand model available every days. Where was that? Oh, brand equals, apologies. And there we go. So that's a brand created. So we can now bring in brand, which we've done here. So next up then is product attribute value. So we're going to need some product attributes. So we're going to connect this kind of pathway now. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to create a new fixture called product attribute value. So let's go ahead and do that. Don't forget the colon there. So product attribute value. So let's go ahead then. Now the thing is, we can't really add any values unless we've got some product attributes, which we do have. We've already created that. So at pytest.fixture, let's create a new function called product attribute value, and we're going to need a database, and then also we're going to need the product attribute fixture that I think we created earlier. Product type, product attribute, there we go. So we've already created that. So what we're doing here then, if you like, is so adding some product attributes. So product attribute value. So we're going to say product underscore attribute underscore value equals product attribute value dot objects dot create. Oh, dinner's ready. Okay, so product attribute equals product underscore attribute. Okay, and then finally after that, product attribute, comma, and then also we're going to need attribute underscore value equals default. There we go. And then finally, we would just put a comma there, make it formatted nicely, and then we return the product attribute value. Okay, so product attribute value, this table here. So we've gone ahead and we've created our attribute table already. And now what we've done is we've added some attributes, some values, if you like, to those attributes. So here it says shoe, and here it will say shoe size, or here it says shoe size name, and here it will say shoe size connection, and then the value 10, 5, or whatever. So the final component here is that we now need to define this many-to-many. So whenever we create a product, we want to assign that to an attribute value, the product. And of course, that needs to go through this many-to-many table. So we need to go ahead and, like we did previously with the product type attribute table here, this link table, we need to now add a value here. So let's head back into the, I think we're going to be building the product with media and attributes. So we'll finish off the actual product in a minute. So underneath the media here, let's go ahead now and say product product attribute value. Okay, so that's product attribute value. So this table here we're referring to. We need to first of all say this equals product attribute value. Okay, so yeah, we can save that in this variable here. You could skip that section. So we're now going to say subproduct. Okay, so we've got this subproduct here that we're going to build. So take that instance and then attribute. We're going to say attribute underscore values dot add. So this is a reference point, attribute values. This is a reference to, wrong way again, this here, attribute values. And then we're going to add, and then what we're going to add product attribute value. So we could read it like this. We're saying the subproduct that we're going to build, let's add an attribute to the attribute values. Remember, in the model, if we go into the models, that's going to be an inventory models. Models, yep. So inside of here in the product inventory here, we have the attribute values. So that's what we're referring to here. This is the many-to-many field. And we're going to say add. We're going to manually add a new product attribute. And which one we're going to add to this product? Well, that's the product attribute value, which is referencing the value that we created here. So we create, essentially, we can say that we create the product attribute value prior to this. We create a new product, add or connect it to the media, and then we go ahead and we grab the attribute value, that instance, and then we go into the product that we just made. We then select the attribute value, referencing this many-to-many connection here, and then we add the product attribute value. And then that connects the attribute value to this new product we're going to build. Thus, wrong way again, thus now having populated this table, if you like. So that now just leaves us the task of ensuring that we've, where we are, that just makes sure that the product inventory, we now need to add all these fields here into our fixture. And the quickest way of doing that, of course, is by, for example, just doing that. So here's one made earlier. This is going to be product inventory. So we need to bring in the product inventory. I'll show you this in a second. Product inventory table. Let's go back here. So let's just have a look, see what we got. And you can just go ahead and pause and copy this. So SKU, we've got the UPC. These are all the fields in the subproduct. We've got the product type. So the product type is referring to the product type that we're going to build, that we built previously in the other fixture, sorry. We've got the single product that we brought in. That's referring to the single product this product is referring to, or a subproduct of. We then have the brand that we made in a different fixture, is active, is default, retail price, store price, sale price, is on sale, is digital, and weight. So notice that we don't include what's in this model, the many-to-many field. We don't actually reference it in this main fixture here, but this is where we add it at the bottom here. This is where we perform that additional task at the bottom here. And there we go. So we've added the media to it, and that pretty much connects everything together. We've now, through that one fixture there, we pretty much had to create a new entry here in the media. We had made a product type, which is connected to an attribute. So we made that, and then we updated the link table here. And then we made a fixture for the product attribute value. And then with the link table, we updated that link table with the information, or the connection between the subproduct and the attribute value. Now to finish this off, we are going to return multiple items here. So I'm going to put this into a dictionary. So we're going to return inventory, inventory information, so sub product information. We're going to also return media, the media data that we've entered. And then we can also then return information about the attribute. So that's going to be product attribute value. So we're just going to return all that data to our test, and that just gives us a little bit more scope to do different things in our test. So the media was obviously created separately from the subproduct here. And I just wanted to show the idea of utilizing utilities. So what we're going to do is we're going to build, this is remember we're returning here a dictionary. Now normally when we access a dictionary, we would access it maybe using the name of the dictionary or the reference to the variable that's holding the dictionary, and then 0 to access different components, or 0, 1, and so on. So what we're going to do is set up a simple utility, but this is really just to get you into the idea of utilizing a utility file. So inside of our test here, we're going to create a new file, and I'm going to call that utils. Am I in the right place? No, I'm not in the right place. So we'll do this again. So I think I've already done it actually. In our DRF, in DRF tests, I've already made it here. So I've made this file called utils, and that basically is a utility piece of code that I might want to utilize as a utility, a tool to perform an action, maybe in multiple parts of my code, for example. So in this case, what we're going to do is in this file, so if you make this new file, DRF test, and then inside of test utils, you can see here I've created a piece of code which will convert a dictionary into dot notation. So no longer do I need to access a dictionary in this type of format utilizing the index. I can now use a dot notation. So I'm not going to explain the code here, but this is it. Just wanted you to get into the idea of utilizing, or you might see a utils file in other examples. So that's pretty much what you can utilize this for. And so what we can now do is go back to our fixtures. So we're going to return this, and this is going to be a dictionary. So we're going to access this code using dot notation. So we're going to pass this into our class here, or utilize this class to then allow us to essentially convert this so we can utilize dot notation to access all the data inside of here. Right, so let's go back into our test product here then, and now we're going to finish this off. So this is in DRF test product. We can now finish this off. So this is an incredibly long name, but we're going to utilize it. So we're going to need to bring that in. So that's going to give us access to multiple return values. So let's go ahead now and finish this off. So first of all, from utils, I've imported the convert to dot notation class from the utils file. That's the first thing we've done there. And then down here, let's go ahead now and just kind of save that into this variable. So convert to dot notation, and we're going to pass in then the single, actually is that one? Yeah, we're going to then pass in the data from single subproduct with media and attributes. Obviously that's this fixture right here. So we're going to pass in all this data. So that's that. So now we can access it utilizing dot notation. So I can now say endpoint equals f, and then we need to make some sort of endpoint. So API inventory. So in the inventory, we're now going to access items through fixture dot inventory. So that's a reference point to the inventory data, the subproduct information, and then the subproduct, remember, has we're going to access through product into the web underscore ID. So that's going to grab the web ID of the product that we've created or added into our test database. There we go. So that passes in the web ID information. That's going to grab all the information from the inventory table, all the different inventory items related to that web ID, that product. And there may be many of them, but here obviously we only have one product and one subproduct. So we'll go ahead now and build a response equals API, our API client, and then dot get, and that's going to be the endpoint. Okay, so we grab the data from the endpoint again, and now we can build another expected JSON equals. And this time I'll paste this in again. So I've gone ahead, this is a very lengthy piece of code, but I'll just walk you through this. So we've got the expected JSON variable here, and we're going to then collect all the data that should be returned from this endpoint. And you can see why I've utilized this dot notation here. It makes it nice and easy to access the information, makes it easy to read as well. So for the ID, I get that from fixture inventory ID, SKU, fixture inventory SKU, store price. So you can see what's happening here. We're going to collect all this data from our setup fixture, and then we're going to test it against the actual return from our endpoint. So we've got the brand. Notice here that brand is got the embedded here, and same with the products. So we've got some embedded data there, and then is on sale. So this is obviously referring to a different model, and you can see here fixture inventory brand. So you can see how we're kind of collecting the data. And then eventually inventory is on sale, then we've got the media. So notice here that we're returning the media through media here. So we set up our media object and then we connected it to our product. So we're now going to access that information here, fixtures.media.image URL. So don't forget the .url at the end. If it didn't include that, it wouldn't work. We want to actually grab the URL, just how this works with Pillow. We grab the name of the field and then .url to get the actual data back, and then the alt text, and then down here we've got the attributes. So we're just going to grab the attributes for this product, attribute value, product attribute, okay, and then product type at the end here. So have a little read through, type it all out. You can see it's fairly long-winded, but what this is really doing is just testing everything, that everything is returning from the database. It's not necessarily required, but I just wanted to kind of showcase this, how you might then access the whole range, all of the data in your database through this test. And essentially this is testing the whole database in terms of ensuring that data can be inserted and we can extract it out of the database. And of course, this will need to now match, this data will now need to match our serializers. So we need to make sure that this data matches up to our serializers. Okay, so that's our test. To that point, we now need to run some asserts, of course. So that's our data setup. So assert response dot status dot code underscore code equals 200, and then assert JSON dot loads. Let me use response content is equal to expected underscore JSON. So that's what we need. We now need to load in JSON. So let's import JSON. Okay, so a question here then, why have we used JSON loads? What's that about? So if I hover over here, deserializes instance containing a JSON object to a Python object. It's an optional function that will be called with a result of any object literal decode a dictionary. Okay, so essentially we're just preparing this data in a way it can then be checked against our expected JSON here. That's essentially what we're doing. By all means, have a little further read, but higher level understanding what's going on there. We're just preparing this data in a way that we can then compare it to this here. And it's well worth spending a little bit of time on this, knowing exactly how your data is being returned. So you can see how we get this data response dot. So maybe here, for example, just run some prints because there's a few things that you can, a few ways you can access your data response.data. You can also access data response.content. And what's happening here is slightly different. The data is going to be presented in a slightly different way because data and content will perform or different actions on your data. And in addition to that, the third way here, JSON.loads. So again, that's going to prepare your data in a different way again. So understanding that and how your data is going to be presented is really going to be very important when you're creating something like this. Right, so now we have a test. Let's just make sure it fails. Yep, so we failed. So now we need to go ahead. Now it does look like maybe we've got a few different errors. Okay, so product type object has no attribute, product type attribute. I think we need an S here. I think that's why. So let's go ahead and try and find that here. Oh, on line 61. Oh, no. Okay. Product type. Oh, I think, yeah, we need S there. So if I just find that piece of code. No, doesn't work. Okay, product type add. Not finding it, is it? Okay. Add. What are we doing here? Let's close this. Let's close this. No results. Add. Oh, that's my test. Apologies. Right. Here then. Values. Add. Okay. Attributes. So product type attribute. I think it might need to be attributes dot add here on line 61. Let's just double check that. Yep, I think that's solved that little problem there. So we're just missing an S there, I think, in line 61 of our inventory fixtures. So that's just solved that little problem. So we are failing, which is great. So now we need to resolve this by going ahead and now creating our view and so on. So we now have a fixture. So let's do this. Right. So let's just close this down. Let's go back into e-commerce, DRF, and then views. We're going to make a new view then. Let's call this class product inventory by web ID API view. Yep, and then same again. So what's this going to be? Return. Let's return subproduct by web ID. Cool. So let's create a get function, self, and then request, and then we need some sort of query. Okay, so we're going to pass in a query, remember, because we're going to need to use that for our query set to actually run the query. So we're going to run a filter product web on the product table web ID. So we're going to say query set equals product inventory dot objects dot filter. So we just run a simple filter for now. Product underscore. So product is the reference in the product inventory table for product. That's going to be the foreign key. So we traverse over to the product table, and then we get the web ID equals whatever we typed into the URL. So that then creates that. So we now have grabbed all of the products that are associated to that, also the subproducts that are associated to a product. Let's just make sure we've got this. Yeah, we've got already imported in. Okay, so that's that in place. So we've now got the data. So let's create a serializer equals. So let's call this product inventory serializer. So we'll build that in a second. We're going to pass in the query set. Oh, that didn't work. Pass in the query set. Many equals true. Okay, and then we go ahead and we'll return all the data. So response, and then that's going to be the response serializer dot data. Okay, so so now what we need to do is create a product inventory serializer. So let's just work backwards here. So that's a product inventory serializer. So let's go back into our serializers and let's make a new serializer. So class product inventory serializer looks like the way forward. Serializers dot model serializer, and then class meta, and then model equals product inventory. Just make sure we've imported that in. Yep, it's right here. Happy days. Okay, so just make sure you've imported that in. Okay, so now then. So we have a lot of data that we're going to need to serialize. So let's just take a look at our test again. DRF test product. You can see that there's a lot of data here that we're returning. So we're going to need to serialize it all, product, media. So we need to include that, the attributes, product type. So all of this needs to be incorporated into our serializer. So we need to align everything up here, which is a big pain, potentially doing it this way. But let's see if we can do it. So fields equals. So we're going to need to find some fields. So we need ID. We're going to need, I'm just trying to remember, SKU. Oh, come on. We're going to need, next up is store price. And then we've got is default. So I'm basically just lining up all the data. We've got then brand. So brand, just brand alone. Or actually, we can connect it to the brand serializer if we want to. But the brand will return by default because we have the standard string return the name. So that should work okay. And then we have product. We have is on sale. We can then say weight. And then media. And then attributes. Oh, come on, go on. And then last of all was product types, wasn't it? Product types. Okay, so that's all the fields that are kind of going to be related to our what we need to return: ID, sale price, product, is on sale, weight, media, attributes. And obviously we're going to need to access all of this other data within. So let's go ahead now and just double check this. So ID, that's part of the inventory. SKU, store price, is default. So brand. Okay, so let's go ahead and just grab that data. So we can say brand equals, and then we're going to say brand. We're going to create a brand serializer, I think. Brand serializer, read only equals true. There we go. So that's the brand serializer. So let's go ahead and just build that class brand serializer. Yeah, okay, brand serializer. And what we're probably going to need to do here is just define what it is we want again. So let's go for class meta. In our brand serializer, we're going to define the model equals brand, fields equals name, and then last of all, we can just add a read only equals true. Okay, so it's mainly about brand, so let's just add that in. While we're here, we might as well just add some others. So we've got brand, we're going to need the product serializer, the product type. We're going to need product attribute, product attribute, product attribute value. What else are we going to need? Probably need the product attribute values, maybe. We need that. Is there anything else we're missing? So brand, category, product, media. So these are all the tables, all the models that we need to access. Yeah, there we go. I think they're all there. Right, so that's the brand serializer now created. We're just going to return the name. So let's move on to the next one here. So we've got brand, we now have product. So let's do that. Product equals product. Oh, we may have the product serializer. Product serializer. So we're just going to connect that to the product serializer. Now many here should equal false, because we only should have one product connected to many inventory items. And then I'm just going to set read only true. Cool. Oh, read only true. Yep. Okay, so that's product is on sale. Okay, that's just built in. Weight, okay, media. So the next one is media. So media equals, that's going to equal let's call this product media serializer. There may be many items. So there may be many images associated to one item or to many items equals true. Okay, there we go. So we're going to need to build this. So this product media serializer, let me have a think. So there's a few things here we need to do differently. So the image, well, let's just go for the class meta first. Class meta model is going to equal media, of course. And then we need the fields. So we just need to remember what fields we've asked for. And I think that was just 2 fields. That was the image URL. And then in addition to that, we also asked, I think, the alt text. Okay, so in our test here, we've got media, image URL, and alt text. So that's what we're building the serializer component for. And then we can say read only equals true, and then editable equals false. Okay, so that's the product media serializer. There's just one more thing we need to do. So by default, you're going to find that this image URL isn't going to play nicely. We're going to need to define it. So what we're going to need to do here is just set up image underscore URL equals serializers dot. I think I did explain this in more detail in one of the lead up tutorials. We're going to need to use method field. Yeah, so go ahead and just have a little research with that. Okay, and then what we need to do is just format this. So we're going to create a new function called get image URL. And then that's going to take itself an object, the object, and then we just need to format that. So we're going to return object dot image underscore URL dot URL. So what's happening here essentially is if you want to use Pillow, if you want to access the actual URL in the table, so let's go back to our table. Where is it? Yeah. So if we want to actually access this URL that we're storing here, now remember this here is in our model. We're actually using a field from Pillow, and in order to access the actual URL that's being stored inside of that field, we need to, and this happens on the template, we need to actually say the field name and then .url. So what we're doing here really is, in order to return the actual URL, we just need to specify the fact that we want to actually access the inner data within that field, the actual URL. So we've connected that to this image URL, and then we're using get image URL, and this is going to be fired off. The object will go into that, and then we're just going to grab that and return it, and that will then return the data so that we can serialize that field. Right, so that's a deal here. We could extend this to and return like the whole path or something like that. I think we did that in the previous tutorials, but that's just going to return the URL in this case using Pillow, using an image URL field, I think it is. Let's have a look in the inventory models. In media here, we've got the image field. So remember that's part of or associated to Pillow. Right, so that's the media serializer setup. So where are we? We've got media. Now we need to sort out the attributes. So let's finish off with that. So this can be a little bit tricky. Attributes equals. So we're going to say product attribute value serializer. Attribute value serializer. So we need to build that. So we'll finish this off in a second. Let's just build this first. So serializers dot model serializer, and then let's go in here. Blah, blah, blah. Product attribute serializer. So I'm trying to remember what I need to do. Value serializer. Okay, so this is the values. So we're going to need to say class meta, of course. So we're going to say model equals product attribute value. So this is the product attribute value. This is the table right here. This is what we're kind of building here. So the data from here. So depth. So I'm going to set up the depth equals 2, and this is kind of a cheeky way of kind of accessing more data. And I'm going to say exclude. Instead of selecting, I can also now just use exclude. If I know what's going to be returned, if I want everything apart from one field, I can just use exclude and then read only equals true. Okay, so this is not the only way of doing this. I just wanted to bring in include there, and also depth to give you an understanding of what this means. So essentially what we're doing here is if I select, for example, product media and say depth 2, it's going to basically traverse the foreign key and grab the data in the other table, for example, if there's a foreign key. So by defining the depth, it means basically the depth of that data. So a bad example, product inventory product. So if I say get all product inventory depth 2, it's then going to find the product foreign key, move over here and grab all this data too. So it's going to go one depth. It's going to go to a next level. So if I said depth 3, it would then traverse the product and get the category data. So it's a way of grabbing data, traversing the foreign keys, for example, in your table to get the additional data. So that's going to grab the data that I need there. So I think we're done with that. Product attribute value serializer. So let's go back into here. So we are going to now say source equals attribute values. We're going to say many equals true, and then read only equals true. Okay, so that should be what we need to kind of grab all that data for the attributes, and then the product type. Well, that's just going to be connected. Again, I think because we're returning the dunder string of the product type, that should just return the name, and that's pretty much all we're returning, the name of the product type. Okay, so I think we're ready. We could add a read-only true here. Okay, so let's see if that works in a second. I think we've pretty much done everything we need there. Maybe. Yeah, let's give that a go. So let's go back into our view. So our view is now ready. So we're going to need an endpoint. So we just need to remind ourselves of what the endpoint that we're going to need. So this is for the inventory, isn't it? So test products, what was our endpoint? So API inventory and then web ID. Right, so in our URLs, let's go ahead and create that. So path, we're going to say API / inventory. I think that's what we had. And then we can say integer. The data is going to be an integer query. Okay, so that's the path. And we need to now connect that up to product inventory by web ID. And that's going to be .asView. Okay, and then I need to just finish that off. So there's that shouldn't be there. That'd be there. That's that. Okay. so that ends that, and we just need to make sure that we've already put in product inventory by web ID here. So that's already kind of set up. Yeah, so we've connected it up. So I guess we should fire this off and give it a go. So Pytest, and you can see that we've got a few issues. Okay, so we've got some fails here. I cannot import product inventory serializer from e-commerce inventory models. Cannot import name inventory. So inside of our cannot import product inventory serializer from e-commerce. Okay, so what page is this? This is in our URLs. So in our URLs, cannot import name. Where are we? Models.py. Okay, so go back into views here. Notice that I've basically put this in the wrong place, the serializer, the product inventory serializer. That's in the models, so it needs to go into the serializers. So let's just add that into the serializers. Take it out of the models here and put it into the serializers. That seems like the best place for that. So let's go back here, Pytest. Okay, the field option must be a list or tuple or got set. Okay, so it looks like we've got another failed test here. Test product. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay. Issues. Test product.py response. So we didn't get a response. Okay. So we are failing. So the first test is passing test product. So it definitely is the second test that isn't working properly. Response. So it didn't look like we get a response. Okay. So let's go back in and just simplify this a little bit. So let's start off by going into test product here in DRF, and we're going to our test get product by category. Let's go ahead and just remove the second, just comment that out, and let's just test to see if this works first. Okay, so that test is definitely failing. Okay, so let's just see if we've actually kind of got an endpoint. So let's just get, that's not really going to be an issue. Single media products. Okay. So one thing I did notice here, the fields here, I've utilized curlies instead of the square brackets. So that seems to be maybe something. Talking about here, it's talking about tuples. So let's go ahead and just run Pytest again. Okay, so now we have a improperly configured field name product types is not valid for model product inventory. So field name, okay, so whereabouts is this? So product inventory ID for model. So this is in serializers potentially. Product types, field name product types. So let's go back into here. Product types. Oh, okay, that should be product type. That's why, not product types. Okay, that solves that little issue. Let's go back and run Pytest again. Oh, and there we go. So now let's remember that what we did there in the test, we turned off the load response against the expected. So we are now actually receiving a response here, which is good. So I'm just going to save that, update and save that, see if we can now run the test and get the response that we're expecting. Pytest. And there we go, it works. So it looks like everything is working. We can test to see if it is working or not. Let's just change this to name, for example. Name. So I've updated this ID to say name. Let's go ahead and see if we run this again. I'm going to run V. and that's going to give us a bigger overview. You can see here that there is an error, no object attribute name. So yeah, that doesn't help, does it? That wasn't really what I was expecting to do. Let's just call this a description. So I just want to return some incorrect data. So I'm just going to run the tests again. It seems to pass. That is not what I was expecting. So let's go for name. So that completely confused me, but I've just thought of the reason why that is, because description and name are returning the same name, which is default. So if I were to actually change this, I'm just trying to cause an error here. That's essentially what I'm trying to do. If I were to change this name to something random and then run Pytest again, this time we would get an error for sure. Well, we didn't have a comma there, but so let's run -vv, and that's going to show us everything. And you can see here it's going to indicate the fact that it's expecting default, but what it's actually returned is name. So this is definitely working. It's always good to kind of with your tests, just to double make sure there that it's definitely working, and everything seems to be working absolutely fine. So we have tested, the data is returning as expected. Well, thank you very much for getting this far. If you've looked at, or if you watched everything up until this point, thank you so much. Hopefully it was useful. I do try to add things in, and it doesn't always make sense, but like utils and some of the other aspects in the serializer, just to kind of widen your scope. I know that I haven't explained everything. I'd love to, but we'd be here all day, and I think I have no idea how long this has gone on for already. So again, thank you very much for listening. So far then, we've created an endpoint for category, for the product category, product by category, and now the single product. We've created an endpoint, we've tested it, and everything is working absolutely as we expect it to. And we've connected everything up. We've made a fixture for the whole database almost. So it looks like everything is working as expected. There is a few things here which you may need to reflect upon, particularly maybe with the foreign keys and kind of adding that data separately. I could have explained a little bit more detail there. Like I said, I think I have. If you watched all the other tutorials, I'd explain that in a little bit more detail in the other tutorials. But no doubt I have more tutorials out soon explaining those different components. I do like to kind of point out those kind of difficult parts and make individual tutorials with them. Right, so now we've done that, I think we're now going to move on to the last component, which is the search component. So we're now going to integrate Elasticsearch. Now, there's a few things here with Elasticsearch, and I'll talk about that in the next component, but let's go for the title. We'll talk about it and we'll come back. So, okay, so for it's not the last component, but the second from last component, Elasticsearch. So we're now going to implement Elasticsearch. We're going to create a simple way of running a query using DRF. We'll create some serializers for the data so that we can query utilizing Elasticsearch, or we query Elasticsearch for the product information based upon an entry, a search entry. So we're going to just set this a basic setup with this. So the users are going to search via the name in this case for products in the inventory table, and then it's just going to return matches and similar matches. So this is very similar to the previous tutorial. The code is very similar again, so you may want to skip this. And then the final stage after this, we'll just go through setting up some like a demo app. We'll create some fixtures so you can actually get the product or the system working and actually view it utilizing the browser API system. Okay, so Elasticsearch, let's get going. Oh, there's one thing other to note here, that we're not going to set up a test for Elasticsearch. So at the moment, we're kind of in that stage between 7 and 8. I think Elasticsearch 8 now. And so far, the Django modules that are available, the packages, they're only supporting 7. And the way that 7 and, well, will be 9, because this is going to depreciate when version 9 of Elasticsearch comes out. There's a few changes that are happening. And I think I'm going to make a Elasticsearch version 7 testing tutorial after this, so you can kind of set this up with the kind of old style of testing, and then as everything kind of matures a little bit, maybe the Elasticsearch Django package gets updated, we can move forward with testing from there. So there is a little bit of a setup here that we're going to need to follow. Let's first of all, we're going to use Docker. Okay, so if you haven't got Docker installed, just go to docker.com, I think it is, and download the Docker desktop. So we're going to be utilizing Docker for this because we're going to be running, Docker containers, one with Postgres database and one with Elasticsearch. So I'm going to create a file here called docker compose.yaml, and then inside of here we're just going to set up a few different services. So the version of kind of code that we're utilizing here, 3.8 say, and then we set up our services. So a few different services. So first of all, the Postgres database service, we'll set up a profile. So profiles is something I have not mentioned yet on any of the tutorials. This allows us to kind of select a way of kind of selecting what should actually be run. So we can give things profiles or assign profiles to different services. So maybe we wanted to make a dev setup and we wanted to make a production setup. So we could fire off different services based upon the profiles that have been assigned. So container name, let's give this a name, PG DB underscore ecommerce. So it's a very similar setup like we did previously. So we're going to use an image from the Docker, what's it called? From Docker. So we're going to set up the Postgres image, download that and set that up, restart. So there are some tutorials that I've got on the channel if you've not used Docker before. So basically we're going to say that this needs to be always on and it uses some ports. So ports enables us to kind of access services. So we're going to need to open up some ports so we can access that service. So port 45432. So we need to kind of open that up so we can then enter the actual container and access the service. So this service will be running on port 5432. Okay, so we've got that, and then we can set up some environment. We can set up our environment. So let's go for Postgres DB. So we're going to define the database that we're going to be utilizing. That's going to be called Postgres. Then we can go ahead and define Postgres user, and that's going to equal Postgres, and then finally Postgres password equals Postgres. So that sets up the environment for our Postgres database, and then let's go for Elasticsearch. So let's go for container name equals, just go search, and then the image that we're going to use. So that's going to be Elasticsearch. So we're going to use version 7.14.2, I reckon. And then let's go for environment. So let's set up our environment. So we're going to set up a cluster dot name equals ecommerce dash Elasticsearch. That's pretty much all we need there. There's a few things that we can set up here. Discovery dot type equals single node. So really at this point there's not really much to talk about until you start to go into production. These type of settings are not going to make much difference at this point. Well, they can do, of course, but 9200. So we're going to set up some ports so we can access the service. We don't have to set up this with a single service. It's going to be utilizing this port anyway, but we'll do that anyway. So we're going to set up some ports, and then what we're going to need to do, I'll just show you this anyway. Let's set up a volume. So what we're going to do is kind of mirror across a file inside of this container. So we're going to create a file called elasticsearch.yaml, and that's basically like a settings file that we can configure directly here within our directory, and it's going to be mirrored across to this volume that's stored in the actual container. So inside of the container, there's a folder called user share. Inside of it, we've got Elasticsearch, and then we've got config, and then elasticsearch.yaml. So that's where the file is on the container. And like I said, that's like a setting file that we can now override. So we're going to say this depends on, so this service depends on our database being up, pgdb. So what's happening here, if I wanted to set this profile, if I were to now run this and define this profile, so I might add more services with this profile, it means that all those services are going to run, and anything depending upon it, well, if this is running, this will also run too. So that's pretty much now set up. So we can just now go ahead and run that. Well, actually, what we're going to need to do first, of course, now we've done the .compose file, is we need to go into e-commerce and settings. So let's go to our database. So at the moment, we've just got a simple an SQLite database, of course. So we need to just update these settings so that we can utilize a Postgres database. I'm just going to bring those in because I've always got them handy. So I'm just going to bring that in. So you can see here that we're going to use an engine that's going to give us connectivity to a database, a name, user, password, host, port. That all pretty much matches up with our Docker Compose file. So that's going to allow us then to access the Postgres database in our Docker container. Right, so that's that done. I'm feeling that there's something missing here. Okay, so we're going to need to install Elasticsearch, of course. That's going to be another requirement. So we're going to install Django Elasticsearch-DSL. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. So let's just get rid of that. So pip install. So Django Elasticsearch DSL. So that's going to download Elasticsearch, so 7.17.1 as well as Django. So Django Elasticsearch is basically just a wrapper around Elasticsearch, so it allows us to interact with Elasticsearch utilizing Django tools and facilities. So that's installed. In addition to that, we're also going to need the connectivity tools to the Postgres database. So pip install. So this is going to be the binaries. So I install that, and then I'll do a pip freeze, and I'll update all of this to dev requirements. So that updates the requirements text, and yeah, I think we're okay there, and we're probably ready to go. So let's go back into our settings. We're going to need to add something here, of course, because we now have Elasticsearch up and running. So let's remember what I need to do there. Oh, it was Django, isn't it? Django Elasticsearch _ DSL. So that needs to be registered. In addition to that, we need to define where Elasticsearch can be found. So let's do that. So it's going to say Elasticsearch _ DSL equals, and then that's going to be, let's just call this default. And then we need to define the host. So let's say host equals localhost 9200. Okay, so that's the configuration of where we can find Elasticsearch. So that's that in place. So there is a kind of default security setup with Elasticsearch. It is changing over the next couple of versions, but what we can do is in our new file that we need to build, if you remember, our new file here, we need to call this elasticsearch.yaml. Remember, we're going to mirror this over from the container. So we need to kind of set some settings here. So we're going to have a cluster name. So I did give you quite a lot of detail in the previous tutorial about what these settings are. Cluster.name, network host, set up a network host, 0. And then we're also then going to set up the security, otherwise it bugs us. So we're just going to turn off the security for now. Security.enabled, that needs to be set to false. Okay, so we're just going to turn off the security for now. Right, so that's that setting. That's going to be copied over to or mirrored over to the container when it runs. So I think we're done there, and I think we're ready to go here. So let's go and have a look. Docker compose up. I'm going to use D flag so it doesn't bring up the terminal. Okay. So invalid configure volume, invalid mount path. Mount path must be absolute. Okay, what have I done? Let's have a look. So .elasticsearch.yaml. Oh, I've missed the semicolon. The colon, sorry. Okay, so let's give that a go again. Okay, it looks like I've already got a container, which I already have. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and just change this up. Let's call this search 2, and I'll call this Postgres 2. Okay, let's give that a go. Okay, because it's already located, isn't it? Right, so let's just go back into my dashboard. I've got everything running here. So I'm just going to remove all this. Let's remove all this. Yeah. Okay, so let's give this a go again. So it's going to create some new containers. So what we got? We've got a new set of containers. We've got a search container. It doesn't look like we've added the Postgres database, which is strange. Okay. So that's probably because of the profiles. So let me just show you that. So let's go back into here then. So it didn't load up this profile, it only loaded Elasticsearch. So let me just showcase that then. So now we need to type in Docker compose. We need to select profile, and then the profile is going to be dev. That's the name of the profile, dev. And then we'll say up, and then D to avoid using the terminal. And there we go. So notice now it's actually set up the containers, and that's just an example of using profiles. It's only going to be loaded when we ask for it to be loaded. And of course, because Elasticsearch is depending on PGDB, it also brings up that container too. So what we end up with is 2 containers. It looks like our search has exited for some reason. So I've just started that up. And there we have it. So there's our containers up and running. Looks like there's a problem there. Not entirely sure what that is. Let's have a look. So we've got some errors here. Uncaught exception in thread. Oh. Let's see if we can fix that. So after a little bit of playing, I've just updated some of the settings here in the compose file, some environment settings. I just double checked all the formatting. That can sometimes be a problem. So this is the final Elasticsearch doc and compose entry. So have a little look at that. And then everything seems to be working okay. So what we can now do in actual fact is we can access the service on the local host 9200. So that kind of gives us an overview of that service. So that must be available and working, which is all good, of course. So that's all up and running, and that's all ready. So let's go ahead now and think about kind of what we're doing here. So because we're not going to be building any tests for this, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new demo app here, and we're going to add some fixtures to the actual database. We're then going to migrate, so we've got some data. It's then going to be inserted into Elasticsearch so that we can start to actually run some data or run some queries from our actual database. So let's create a new folder here. We're going to call this demo, and then we'll go ahead and create a new app. So Python 3 manage.py, and then start app. And then we're going to call this app demo, and that's going to be placed into e-commerce and then demo. Okay, so we now have this new app called demo. Let's just go ahead and set it up. E-commerce.demo, and then in our settings, we just need to add it into the installed apps. So this is going to be e-commerce .demo. Okay, so that just adds that in. With that in place, let's go ahead and now in our demo area, we're going to create a new folder called Fixtures. So fixtures are basically, if you haven't seen me utilize this before, fixtures are files that allows us to set up predefined data in JSON files so that we can insert it into a database. So I've already pre-created those, so we can have a look at them here. So this is just data that's going to be inserted into all the models, and I've updated this to the new model that we're using now in this demo. Now these fixtures might not be here in the repository, but you'll find a link in the description of the video, or potentially it'll be in a different folder in GitHub, on GitHub, and you'll find them there. So this is all the fixtures. So what we can now do is we can add all this data to our actual database. Right, so let's go ahead and do exactly that. So let's do Python 3 manage.py. Let's make migrations. I think we've already done that, yep. And now we can go ahead and, of course, migrate. So what we're doing now, of course, is we're just setting up all the tables in our Postgres database. Remember, we're using Postgres in our Docker container. So that's what's happening there. And now we can go ahead and use our fixtures. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here in demo, a new folder called management. Management. And then inside of here, I'm going to create a new folder called commands, and that's going to allow us to create some new custom commands. So the first command I'm going to make is make this new file called docker. Oh no, it's going to be called demo-docker.py, and that's just going to have all the Docker commands that you might want to run. So I'll just copy that in for you. Let's do something go. Already just have a line around. So that's going to call this command here and run Docker. And of course, you need to update that with the profile. So this is just like an extension little activity if you don't know how to set up custom commands. So profile is going to be called dev, isn't it? So how we access that is through Python manage.py and then run our command. Our command is going to be called the name of the file. So demo-docker, and that's going to run then this command here. Okay, so that's how it's working. So we're then going to create another file. Apologies, I know that it kind of annoys people when I just copy and paste, but these just things are handy lying around. So demo-fixtures.py. So inside of here is going to load all the fixtures. So we've done this before in the previous versions of this tutorial series and the other tutorial series, the e-commerce series. So this is basically just loading in all of the different fixtures, and I've updated this to the new fixture set that's needed for this database. So now I can do a Python 3 manage.py and then run demo-fixtures, and this is going to take a little while because there's loads of them. There's around about 300,000 fixtures here, and this is going to add it all to add all this data into our Postgres database in our Docker container. Right, so I'll go ahead and do that. Oh, that's just a little warning. We don't need to worry about that. Oh, no migrations to apply. So we've got a runtime warning. Oh, it's still doing. Okay. So it's just moaning about the zone support. I'm going to produce a tutorial, if I haven't already done so, on some of the updates with Django 4 using different time tools. So that's going to run. That's probably going to take a little bit of time. It is just uploading all this data, adding all this data into the table. So I'll see you in a second. So now we have all the data inserted. So like I said, there's around about 200-300 rows there. So maybe it'll take a little bit of time. So now you can see that this command, it migrates, makes migrations and migrates, and then adds all the data, all the fixtures into the database. Hopefully that makes sense. Again, I know that you may be new to this tutorial. The previous tutorials have kind of been supporting you up until this point. Right, so we've got the demo Docker sorted. That's that. So those are the two management commands. So that gives you an idea of setting up management commands. We now have some fixtures. So what's next? So now we need to create a search app, I guess. So let's go in and create a new folder. Let's call this search. And we'll go ahead and create that app. So Python 3, manage.py, start app, and then .ecommerce /search. So don't forget to give it a name, of course. I tend to forget that. So this is called search. Oh, no, that's not worked. /. There we go. Okay, so we now have our new app in this folder. So let's go ahead and just register that as per normal. E-commerce search. There we go. So we've just registered that app. Right, so we have Elasticsearch up and running, so that's okay. Now we need to just tie things up a little bit. Right, so we've already set these settings, so we know, or we can tell Django where to find our instance of Elasticsearch, which is all good. And now what we need to do is, let's just go ahead and set this up. So we're going to need to connect. We need to tell Elasticsearch what to index, essentially, what to kind of store. So we're going to need a document for that. So I guess, let's do that first. Let's go into search. I'm going to create a new file here. I'm going to call this document.py or documents.py. And let's go ahead and do this. So this is similar to, I say similar, it's not, but the similar kind of approach to building a serializer, if you like. We need to define what data, how we can kind of access that data, or in this case, what do we need to store in Elasticsearch. So let's start off by from Django. If you have seen the previous tutorials, this is literally just a copy of that. So you can go ahead and just, if you're already comfortable, just copy that or utilize that. So first of all, we just bring in some tools, document and fields, and then from Django Elasticsearch.dsl.registries, let's go ahead and import registry. And then from ecommerce.inventory, we're going to need some models. And we're just at this point, we're going to import the product. What am I doing? Import. We're going to import. No, it's import. Sorry, import. Sorry, my brain is one step ahead. Import the product inventory table. Right, that's what we need to do. Whew. Okay, so that's what we're going to essentially index, if you like, in the Elasticsearch database. So let's go ahead now and register a new document. So like I said, just to kind of summarize for those who haven't seen the previous tutorials, this is basically a way of defining what we want to kind of store, if you like, in our Elasticsearch database. So we're going to call this product inventory document, and we're going to bring in document from the Elasticsearch tools, so we can kind of connect things up as this is define this as a document. So we're going to say product, or actually, first of all, we're going to set up the class index. Okay, so essentially what we're doing here is we're just setting up an index. We're going to give us a name, so product inventory. Okay, so that's going to be our index name if you like, and then let's say class Django model. So let's define the model. That's going to be the product inventory table, and then let's just define the fields that we want to kind of index if you like. So if you're not familiar with indexes, it's well worth just having a quick read of that. Essentially what we're doing here is we're storing the data that's in the database, Postgres database, in a really kind of efficient way that makes it really efficient for us to actually search it. So the Elasticsearch DSL, Elasticsearch does lots of different things, but one of the components is search. Essentially, it's going to take all our data in our product inventory table, and it's going to put it in a way, it's going to store it in a way that makes it really quick, efficient to actually retrieve. And that in a nutshell, I guess, is what Elasticsearch search component is going to be doing for us. Of course, Postgres database would offer us similar tools, but obviously this is a tool that's designed for quick search, and we're talking about millions per second. We're talking about really kind of high-end throughput here. So you wouldn't necessarily want to use it maybe on a very simple product or service like we are building here. But it does have its advantages. It can be quite pricey for small projects to set up. But this just gives you a good view into if you are potentially going to be going into work and working with a Elasticsearch database. It gives you kind of an entry point potentially to start thinking about this type of technology. So we're missing a comma there. Okay, right, so that's what we're going to kind of index. And now what we need to do is define a few other things here, because if you remember, in addition to this, we want to also potentially store information about product and brand. So we haven't defined it here, but what we can do is we can add this on. So remember, our table also includes product and brand. So we can say something like product equals, this allows us to work with foreign keys, for example, object field. So we can say something like properties. So this just gives you an idea of how you're going to work with foreign keys in your table. So we're going to say name fields dot text field. So we need to define the type of field it is. So the name is a text field. And then what we can do is we can add some more fields. So for example, maybe we also want to index the web ID. And that then, I wasn't originally going to set this up, the categories. So we're going to use this for categories. But because of the testing situation at the moment with this, I hadn't quite prepared myself for that. So that's something we can do in the future. So that sets up like a foreign key field that you would find in the product inventory. And I think we'd need maybe like a reverse foreign key for the brand. No, it isn't. It's just a foreign key again, isn't it? Brand equals. So let's just set up the brand as well while we're here. So object field, and then set up the properties equals name. I'm just going to be fields dot text field. There we go. Okay, so that sets up those additional foreign key fields, and that's also then going to be indexed. Right, wonderful. So I think that pretty much completes our document. You can add some more documents, of course, more index. If you wanted to add some more tables into the Elasticsearch service, of course you could. So this is just a really kind of an entry point for us. So now we've done that. Let's go ahead now and have a look at building a view. Right, so here we are going to essentially create a query to allow users to be able to allow users to be able to search our product inventory database, if you like, through Elasticsearch. Remember, all this data is going to be on Elasticsearch to make it faster to find. That's the whole point. And we've got some other tools that we can utilize to produce different results. So let's go ahead and sort this out. So let's say class, we're going to call this search product inventory. Yep. And we're going to use API view. So we are going to hook this to DRF for sure. So let's do that. What I'm going to do is, okay. So we're going to need API view here. So it's kind of the same type of process. We're going to grab the data from Elasticsearch, and then we will put it through our serializer. That's kind of the deal here. So we are going to need to define our serializer. So product inventory. So we are going to, we are going to need to build a product inventory serializer. We'll probably build a separate serializer for this equals, and then we need to build one. So we're going to call this product inventory. Let's call this search serializer. So we use a different serializer because we're returning different data here. And if we use the original serializer, we're going to need to return everything. So the whole point here is we build a separate serializer for this. So we're going to say from ecommerce.drf.serializer. We're going to import a new serializer called this, which we're going to build very shortly. And this is just going to match all the data that should be returned. So product, brand, and these fields here. So let's go ahead and do that. So in our DRF serializer, let's go to the bottom here. Let's create a new class. Yep, and that's then going to be serializers.model serializer. Okay, so we just need to define the specific fields that we're going to need in this case. So in this case, we're going to say class meta, and we're going to say model, same type of setup, model equals product inventory, and then we're going to define the fields that we want to return. So that's going to equal, remember we need the square brackets. Probably saying that to myself. So here we're going to need ID. We're going to need SKU. We're going to need store price, store underscore price. We're going to need, what else we're going to need? Is default. We're going to need product, I reckon. And then I reckon we're going to need brand. So this is what we're going to need. Happy days. Let's make a bit of that. Okay, so now we've got that in place. Let's go ahead and now just define our product equals, and we can use the product serializer here, which is all good. So many equals false, and read only equals true. And then we do the same thing for the brand. That already exists too. We can just use the existing serializer for that. So that's going to be the brand serializer. And then in this case, many equals false. And then read only equals true. Right. Okay. So that's pretty much our serializer set up now. Yep. That's it. So that's our serializer, and we've connected that up obviously now. So that's the first point. And now we need to define the search document. So we're going to say search document equals product inventory document. So we're going to need to bring that in, of course, from our document. So from ecommerce.search.documents, let's import the product documents, product inventory document. There we go. Okay, so that's all in place. Right, so let's now create some sort of query. So we can say get self. So remember here we are using API view. So essentially what we're doing here, we're mixing this up with Elasticsearch and DRF here. So this is a GET request to this kind of endpoint. So we're taking the request, self, and maybe the query. If you remember, the query is what the users typed in. That's essentially the search request, right? So now we're going to try. Okay, so we're going to say try, let's go for it. So Q equals, so now we're going to run or build a query. So we're going to use Q here to kind of make a query which we can have multiple search parameters. So from Elasticsearch, I think it's DSL, isn't it? Yeah, let's import Q. So similar to what Django Q does. So we've got a few options here. So Q, and this is going to be a multi-match. We've got multiple options here. Let's type a query. So the query equals query. Okay, and then we're going to say fields. Remember, query is going to hold the data, the search string that the user typed in. Fields equals. So this is what we're going to match the data against. Okay, so we're going to say product.name. So where does product come from? Remember, that's all going to be in the serializer or in our document, sorry. So we're referring to like the fields that are inside of this document. So we're going to try and match whatever someone types in against the product name. We can extend this. So for example, we could also look at the product web ID, or additionally, someone might type in the brand name. So we can also do things like brand name. So we're going to test whatever someone types in against the product name, product ID, and brand name. And of course, these have all been defined here in this area, so we know what data to look up against. Okay, right. So with that in place, what we can also do, I explained this in the previous, we can also use fuzziness. So what that's going to do essentially is look for similar items. So if someone doesn't type in the right word, but it's similar to something else, this is just automatically going to find those results for us. So that's what fuzzy is going to do for us. So we can now have an and. Okay, so and Q. So we can also say that because we only want to match it against items that are actually available. So remember, we have is default. So for example, in our inventory table, we have a default option, which is the main option. So we're going to run this against all the default options only. Now we could run it against the whole database. This is just an example of kind of extending this query. So should, we're going to say, oh, is that right? Should equal, yep. And then we're going to say Q, make a match. There's going to be a match. So is, we're going to say that is default. This could be, if we wanted to, this could also be is default. I think we've got another field called is available, or yeah, in the models, in the model, inventory model. I think we've got a field, the product can be turned off or on again. So is active. So we could have done it on is active as well, but this is just an example. You can change this up, of course. So let's just get rid of that. So go back into our view. So we're also going to also check to make sure that it's the default product. So we're only going to match the default product. Right. So we're going to need a, let's just check that match, true, comma. Okay. And then we can then say minimum should match 1. Okay, so if we've got multiple things here, we can define how many matches we need to make. So if we've got 4 or 5 different kind of query options, we can define how many should match. So red, blue, green, orange. So if we did that, should be green, should be orange, should be blue. And so we match 2. It should match 2 of the 3, for example. So, right. So with that in place, I think that's pretty much an example of a query. Let's now just finish this off. So I'm going to say search equals self.search underscore document dot search. So here we're essentially saying search document. Okay, that's the document. So that's basically setting up the document and saying what document we want to use to kind of run the query. Okay, so we're going to run the query utilizing, this is the query member queue equals, with that document. So that's what we're saying there. And then we're then going to kind of grab the response. So response equals search. So this basically sets up the query, the first statement here into search. Now we know what we want to do. Now we're going to fire this off. So execute. So we're going to execute that query now against that with that document. And then we're going to get the response, and that's what we're doing there. So we now have the response. So we're going to say results equals self dot, and this is where we can kind of paginate the query set. So paginate, maybe we want to only return, say, 10 items, because there's a lot of items here. So response request view equals self. Okay, so what we're doing here is we can set up a kind of a pagination system. So we can, for example, now bring in, for example, limit offset pagination. So this is a tool that allows us to set up the pagination details. So if we go into the settings here, and what we can now do is kind of set the pagination details here. So we can, for example, define 2 parameters here. And this is just something I've got like saved and set up in a code example. Where are we going with this? We need a comma there. Okay, so default pagination class, bring that in, and then we say page size 10. So when we paginate, it's going to kind of fix to 10 per page. That's what we're doing there. So we've set up that kind of parameter in the background. Right, so that's the pagination information. So next up, we've done pagination. Now, okay, we need to do the serializer. So we need to run this data through the serializer equals self dot and then product inventory serializer. So that's what we've set up here. We've defined our serializer there. Of course, we didn't need to do that. We could just bring the serializer in there. And then we need to send through the results. And then we say many equals true. So similar to what we've done with getting the data in the previous DRF examples, we're just going to run that through the serializer. And of course, now what we're going to do is say return self.get paginated response, get paginated response, yep, and then serialized data. Okay, right, so I think we've got everything set there. Let's just make sure. We're going to need to bring in up here from the REST framework dot pagination tools. We're going to need to import limit offset pagination. So that needs to be in. So we've got queue, we've got API, we've got limit inventory product document, we've got the serializer. Okay, right. So we've got the try. So we need to just finish this off now. Finish this off. So if this doesn't work, we can say except exception as e, and then we're going to say return. Let's just return a HTTP response. So if this doesn't work, we're going to send a HTTP response. The information is stored in E, and then status equals 500. So E is just referring to the data from the exception. So we're going to print that out, and the status 500. Right, so with that in place, we just need to obviously bring that in. So that's going to be from the Django Django.http import HTTP response. Yeah. Okay, so that's the response all set up. So that pretty much is a basic query. I say a basic query. It looks like there's an option. I say option. It looks like there's an error going on here. So let's just follow this. So get self request none equals try, q equals q. So we've got multi-match. Okay, we're going to need some commas here, aren't we? Comma. One here. Okay, looks like we're good to go now. Okay, so just a few commas missing there. Yeah, I think we're good to go. So now let's finish this off with a URL. I guess we're going to need a URL for this. So similar to what we've done previously, let's go ahead and build a new URL. So let's say path. So the endpoint here is going to be API /search/ and then the query string, which is going to be a string query. Okay, and then we need to disconnect that up. Search product inventory as _view, and there we go. So we just connected that all up. That's obviously going to then point to here. We're then going to run our query, fire that off with Elasticsearch, return that through the serializer, and then return that to the user. Okay, so let's just make sure this is all set up properly. So what we can now do is let's just rebuild to make sure that everything is in the Elasticsearch database. So Python 3 manage.py, and then we're going to use search index. I just wanted to show you this anyway, and we probably don't need to do this at this point. Index rebuild. So we're just going to rebuild our index. Rebuild. Okay. Cannot import search. Check that e-commerce search apps config is correct. So it doesn't look like it's working at the moment. So let's see what the problem is. Very simply, if you go into search, go to your apps here. We forgot to update the apps.py file, ecommerce.search. I think that might be the problem. So let's just run that again. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, so we want to delete the index already. It's there. Failed to establish a new connection. So is there a problem with the... Okay, so search is running at port 9200. Looks like it's okay. So it looks like there's an issue here with the connection. Failed establish a new connection. Cause not too sure. Failed to... Okay. Node name nor service name provided or not known. Okay, so I've gone back into settings. I found the problem. Instead of host, we need hosts with an S. So that was an error. So I've gone ahead and just run that command again, manage.py search index rebuild. And you can say that I've just finished deleting the original index here, and I'm just updating it with the new data. So now we have data indexed in Elasticsearch. We now have everything ready, I would presume, for us to kind of test this endpoint. So our endpoint is API search and then a query string. So let's give this a go. Right, so we're going to just turn this all on. So Python 3, manage.py run server. Oh. So let's go ahead and run this. So we're going to go for localhost and 8000 as per normal /API/search. Let's give this a go. So now we need to just run across a search string. So let's go for the word shoe, and there we go. So got 10 items here, I would imagine. We've got count, next, and previous. So this, we could probably set this up. I think we did this in previous tutorials, so you can actually press next, next, next. But you can see that we're actually returning some data here. And so the product name has got the word, potentially it's got the word shoe in it. Yep. So that's generally what we're looking for here. For example, if we go for web ID, remember we can search for web ID too. So give that a go. That should return that particular web ID. And you can see here, because we're utilizing in the code, if we go back to the code here, because we're utilizing in our query fuzziness, that's given us some other similar products, and it's making it look a little bit more like a search tool. These numbers are going to be very similar. So yeah, that's pretty much as we intended at this point. Type in black shoe, so you can see in the name potentially it's going to be black. Oh, it's not in this case. I'm not totally all right. So in the brand, remember we also used brand and we included that in the search string. So black, probably what's happening here is that there's no black in the actual name, so it's just looking for the web ID then the brand. Now obviously all this can be set up. There's 101 different kind of tools at this point. We can now go ahead and kind of configure this search how we want it. And at the moment, it's very simple, very basic. But yeah, there's lots of different tools that we can utilize for that. And there we go. Hopefully that was of some value to you. There's lots going on there. Now, I did mention that we didn't include testing for the Elasticsearch tool, and I was quoting there the idea that we are moving over to Elasticsearch 8 soon, and there's some kind of legacy code the way that I used to test Elasticsearch that needs updating. It does work absolutely fine, but it does need updating a bit. So maybe I'll produce a separate tutorial for that, or else I'll wait until maybe some of the Django Elastic tool moves up to version 8, and then that will kind of mirror things a little bit better, because in the background here we're still using Elasticsearch 7 as well, so there's a few kind of mismatch there potentially. So that's why we didn't do any testing there. Hopefully that's given you a good overview now, taking everything that we've done in the previous tutorials, put that all together, and now we've got the actual product running. And the reality is we haven't really done much really. We've created like 3 or 4 endpoints, which we could have done in like 10 minutes, but with all the testing and with all the other kind of elements we've added in, that's taken quite a lot of time to do. But we're now up and running. We have a more or less fully tested product now, and hopefully that's given you some great insight into developing an inventory system, and we can definitely push this forward at this point, adding more elements to the inventory system. There's lots of things we can add on to that, moving now into kind of the admin side or the front end, getting it to work with the front end. And as we start working with the front end, we'll see that we need more endpoints, and that will help us work out what endpoints we need at that point. But all the fixtures are in place, so potentially we don't need to worry about that. We can just quickly build the test, and the data's there and ready to run. Now, in terms of fixtures, I did show you 2 other ways of creating fixtures in the previous tutorial. So this was really kind of the last, or the other way of creating fixtures, if you like. So I've shown you 3 different ways of creating fixtures with Pytest so far. So hopefully that was useful too. So thank you very much for listening. If you have got this far, thank you. I can't thank you enough for that. Please continue supporting the channel, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial.